won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fear to your, we won't fear to your, we won't fear to your gods, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Ride us all to the top, whoa. We won't fear to your gods, no. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go. Everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your box. No. Tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me in? I got the key to unlock. I know the locksmith, optics. Speak of the loss, I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in where you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold to get young. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustus. Let's go.
القوة للانتصار من زكريا. كروس جيمينج وحش.
What's up, guys, and welcome back. It is time for us to get into day number 3 for phase 2. Assalamu alaikum. Hoping that everyone has been having a pretty good time so far. Of course, as we know, today being day 3 is going to be a very big day because it marks the halfway point for this phase. And already we've been seeing quite a lot of movement comes through with regards to teams really looking to up the ante coming through into the second phase. Of course, one of the teams that comes to mind when we mention that is going to be the side of Brute Force. They've had a phenomenal day 2, finishing the day off with a winner-winner chicken dinner, 39 total points, and of course leading the charge with regards to the overall placement points that they were able to secure in the day out of all 20 participating teams. So a great start there for them. Of course, we are going to be looking to see even more of that come through as we are going to be proceeding through all the action here. But of course, if you guys have any shout outs to any particular teams, right, me know in the chat. Let me know who you are here to support. I can see quite a few messages coming through in the chat there as well. We got one coming through for NIGMA Galaxy. We had one for RTG as well as Vision. Yeah, and there's another one for IKURD as well. So it's good to see all the support, all of the love coming through for these teams. Of course, as we know, slowly we are seeing a bit of an increase. Teams that we saw in the previous season performing exceptionally well. This season around, having a little bit of a tough run, right? The first team that comes to mind when we are, of course, referring to that is going to be the side of IKURD. As we saw, the first phase, really tough run. Second phase, really looking to build up that momentum. But of course, speaking about momentum, we are going to be taking a look at one of our top performing teams that we saw just in the previous day. That, of course, is none other than R8 Esports. I mean, it was so much of an impressive performance. You can see such an increase going through with those eliminations, concluding on 29 for the day with over 6,000 damage. I mean, in the previous day, they came quite close to almost hitting that, as we had a lovely 5,000 and a bit of change left on that one. Very close to hitting that 6,000. But of course, well, day 2 was where the money was at. Also adding at least 7 eliminations to their total. So it's good to see that R8 is really capable of flexing quite a few of those muscles. And I think it's quite healthy, rather, for them, as they had a very consistent first phase. Moving into the second phase, day 1, day 2, maintaining a position within the top 5 in their daily performances. So definitely going to be definitely going to be something rather to look forward to. But it's no surprise really looking at what we saw from R8 come through from previous season. If you remember back on the spring split, they were able to really secure themselves all the way up into second place within that league stage. So they've already set the standard, right? Set the bar, and that of course being done with 6 winner chicken dinners under their belt. So quite a bit rather to look forward to, as we know, right? The teams have kind of given us a strong taste in the previous season as to what we could be expecting here. And as I was alluding to before, of course, the players there from IKURD, we've not yet seen the same kind of performance from spring season. But what we are, though, seeing is that slowly, gradually, things are starting to pick up. I mean, another team that really popped off just in the previous day was, of course, the side here coming through from Brute Force, having a very glorious run, of course, securing themselves pretty well within that day as well. As you know, I mentioned already, right? 22 placement points in total, the highest for the day, walking away with 17 eliminations for a grand total of 39 points. You can see Prepod bringing the majority of the damage there, with Neos, of course, securing the highest average with regards to those eliminations. Prepod again and secured themselves a good consistency with regards to the assistance coming in. But the survivability time looking pretty decent across the board. I mean, as far as I know, I think Mur is the new addition to the team. But you can see that contribution coming through from Mur's side as well. But Neo is definitely just popping off, going absolutely crazy. I see even more shoutouts are coming through for NIGMA Galaxy. So yeah, I mean, they are one of the defending squads coming through from the previous season. Brute Force, as we know, right, last season, they were absolute legends when it came to the map of Miramar. They secured themselves 7 winner chicken dinners. So I want to see a little bit more of that continuation come through. So far, I mean, based on the performances that we had across the board for those previous few days, right, things were looking pretty good, pretty healthy. But we need more, right? We want to have all the broody fruity spice we can get coming through from our respective participants. Now, we've already taken a look at 2 of our teams, right? The first one up is going to be, of course, as we saw the players there coming through from the side of R8. Then we took rather a look at the side of Brute Force. But now, we've also seen a little bit of a change come through with regards to just the overall positioning, right? The positioning that we had, especially on that first day, if we compare that to what we had coming through in the second day, right? Quest, RTG had a phenomenal day 1. Looking at the performance that we had moving through towards day 2, both teams stayed in the same position with regards to each other, but they dropped down quite a considerable bit, much further down that leaderboard, all the way down to at least 7th and 8th position for the daily earnings. But of course, another team that have been seeing quite a bit of strong consistency come through is going to be the side here of the FALCONS. We did see them lock themselves into the 4th position for the day. Back on the first day, things looked slight bit different. They only managed to find themselves 10 points But day 2, definitely stepping up the ante, managing to hold strong, hold steady. Now, if you recall back in the first phase, we did see a pretty strong performance from the side of the Falcons, but it was proving to be quite challenging because we didn't necessarily see them secure that winner chicken dinner. Because as we know, it all changed up. They were indeed able to get themselves secured on a bit of a victory, and that all coming through on the very last match that we had on day number 2. The lovely, lovely Miramar. Now, to change things up a little bit today, we of course are going to be heading into the start with a bit of Sanhok, and we're going to be following it up with a double dose of Erangel before concluding it with Miramar yet again. So a lot more of a balanced approach, right? Yesterday, referring to day 2, we had our Miramar heavy day. Moving into tomorrow is going to be our Erangel heavy day. So again, day 1, day 3, day 5, the more balanced days where the teams have kind of an equal share with regards to getting the opportunity to play throughout the entire selection of maps that we have available. So again, that allows for quite a bit of movement, quite a bit of opportunity for teams to rectify whatever they need to fix along the way. Now, a few teams that don't really need much rectification is, of course, going to be the side of NIGMA and Quest, right? Holding on to some pretty strong damage figures there, as we can see both teams almost hitting 9,000. Then, of course, NIGMA Quest sitting on 39 and 41 eliminations, respectively. But Quest also managing to get a slightly stronger conversion with regards to those assists. Both these teams have been putting in quite a bit of work, as we saw Quest also then just popping off quite phenomenally on the first day of this phase, securing themselves the grand total of 43 points. Moving into day number 2, they were only able to manage themselves 25, but of course that is due to the step up that we had from teams like R8, Brute Force, Falcons, all really applying quite a bit of pressure. I'm curious to see, though, if we are going to be looking at the side of Slime Machine as well. I mean, they also had a really good day 2, finishing off in 3rd place overall with regards to the points, but doing so without a single winner chicken dinner under their belt. NIGMA Quest now just looking to assert a little bit of that dominance across the board. I mean, Phase 2 has been looking pretty great, but of course, as we know, the teams are also playing for their positioning on the main rankings, right? The big running leaderboard that is the culmination of Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3's points, because that's going to be determining who will be those top 16 teams, rather, to make it through over into our finals. Some pretty strong plays here. Oh, yeah, easy with that TVS. Just looking absolutely devastating. Of course, I believe Al-Hajj also being one of the top performers when it comes to the Quest side, really raking in quite a bit of eliminations, quite a bit of damage as well. And then as we saw over on towards the NIGMA side, right, it is a little bit more of a balanced play coming through across the board. But of course, still a very impressive team to look at. Now, we've not exactly seen that insane pop-off like we've had come through in the previous season, but I do believe that they are just slowly building up a bit of that momentum. Talking about our top performers, though, here we have it. It is going to be Evo Station locking in the most damage, and then a very close second coming through there from Al-Hajj, Volt, Esketon, and of course Ragnarok. So it does seem like Evo Station is going to be looking to make that push for the MVP slot, at least for this phase, based on what we can see right here. I mean, Volt pretty close with that damage, only trailing by 47 points. But of course, these are the averages. So Evo Station definitely showing a lot more consistency, being able to secure those eliminations rather more frequently. And, well, a bucket load of damage to a company that's sitting on an average of about 5 eliminations worth of damage that they are able to deal. So there's going to be a lot to be seen here today, right? To see how these players are going to be able to convert all those statistics into points. Because statistics is great, right? Because statistics they're fun. But, of course, well, we need to see whether or not the players can actually do anything with those stats. I mean, Twisted also one of the teams that we are going to be looking to see just how much they are going to be trying to up the ante. On the main leaderboard, they of course starting the day off saturated all the way down into 10th position. With regards to the phase positioning, they find themselves up in 8th, already moving up that one slot based on the last match that we saw come through. So the pressure is going to be on. Currently, there is still quite a bit of room for them to try to amend their positioning here, potentially. Maybe going to be looking to contest for pole position. And there's only about 30 points difference, so there's not a major concern. But as we know, we are going to be taking a look at a bit of a replay as to a few of the amazing bits of action we've had come through from our teams across the board. Or explaining, oh, all right, I think explaining the breakdown of everything. Yes, we got Ida being a number 5. Not quite sure what number 5 this is. Is this the first most insane performance that we've seen? I mean, definitely Ida could be in the running to accomplish exactly that. Highlight number 4 is going to come through from Gaith. I think Gaith also needs no introduction. MG3, this was all the way back on day number 1. Oof. Or phase number 1, rather. A very sweaty performance. I mean, that was Gaith in a 1v3. Just absolutely obliterating those players pushing forward on towards them. Highlight number 3 is going to go over to Spec. Oh, yes, this nade. Oh, man, this nade was so beautiful. A nice little lob over the top, and then a rush around the corner to close it up. We've seen some very exciting plays coming through from our participants here. I see that last rush come through. You got to give it up to Spec, though. That was a super impressive play. Just popping over the corner. Brah, brah, no. There we go. Taking down the entirety of Conqueror Iraq. Highlight number 2. Who's that going to be? Ooh, it's going to go over to Hassan from IKURD-E-SPORTS. Beautiful strafing. Beautiful work being done. Oh, yes, that was on the money. I believe Dika ran in as well. Was it a copy, paste, rinse, repeat? Yes, 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 yes. Bam! Oh, you got to commend Hassan, though. I mean, the confidence there, just so impressive. I'm not quite sure if W7 really came to a full understanding as to what exactly was getting thrown their way. Of course, the top highlight is going to be, damn, yes, this was back all the way in phase number 1. I believe this was day 2. Day 2 or day 4. Either which way. A very impressive play. But right after this, damn, got ended. But man, so much excitement coming through here. Some very, very tough plays to contest against, right? And I mean, I think this is kind of the beauty of what we're seeing come through in the PMPL series. It really allows for a lot of teams and players to showcase all the capabilities they have, right? Just flex a little bit on that talent and just show us why they've been able to make it all the way up to this point. Because, I mean, securing your position up into PMPL is no short feat, right? It definitely does take quite a bit of consistency to get that accomplished. And of course, now speaking about consistency, we are going to be taking a look at our leaderboard with R8 finding themselves at the top of the board, sitting very comfortably on 81 pointers. Of course, if you recall, back on that last match, we saw RTG manage to jump up 3 slots, or rather 1 slot, up into 3rd place. So essentially just swapping places with the players then from Quest Esports. NIGMA didn't move anywhere near the end of the day. Sly also taking a beautiful 2-slot jump, moving themselves up into that 6th position. But the movement doesn't stop there, right? Falcons doing exactly the same, as well as IKURD. Both teams managing to get themselves at least a 3-slot improvement, moving up into 11th and 12th place respectively. As a result of that, of course, the rest of the teams all having to move on down. But NextX also ensuring that they are at least securing themselves a decent tally with regards to the points. Now, as we take a look at this lower end of the page, this is where we find Triple Esports as well as KR. I mean, this is quite surprising to see Triple Esports situated towards the low end of the leaderboard. I mean, if you recall back in the previous season, Triple, they found themselves in a completely different position, right? Of course, situated much, much higher up with regards to the leaderboard. So I'm not quite sure what the overall play is here. Maybe Triple are going to be looking to surprise us as they progress further through the event itself. But who knows? Hopefully we'll see that change come through, of course. Now, speaking of today, as I mentioned before, we are going to be starting it off with a little bit of that Sanhok action before heading into a double dose of Erangel, and then concluding the day with a double dose of the lovely Miramar making its way on through as well. A lot of opportunities here as we wait to see what our respective teams are going to be bringing in. Of course, now we are prepping ourselves to get straight into our first match, as there's not going to be a lot of time left, right, to see what they're going to be bringing in. Of course, taking a look at just a bit of an idea as to what we could be expecting, seeing come through up into towards this first Sanhok. Well, I say first Sanhok, but there's only one, right? There's only going to be one Sanhok. GEEKAY definitely being the top performing team here, as you can see, walking away with a pretty strong amount of damage. R8 looking very similar with regards to that. But, of course, as we know, GEEKAY, they've been able to secure themselves a little bit more eliminations, sitting on a grand total of 46. They've been able to find in their 6 Sanhoks that they've played on this match. 6 Sanhoks that they've played on the match. Yes, makes perfect sense, right? The 6 matches that they've been able to play on Sanhok. The closest that we have, rather, coming into that is going to be the side there of Twisted Minds. So, again, moving into Sanhok, great opportunity for teams to really try and capitalize on the aggression, trying to bring in as much of those eliminations as they possibly can. Because it's a quick little healthy dose of that to come through. Of course, GEEKAY being able to secure themselves 2 winner chicken dinners so far on Sanhok. So definitely starting to set the standard. If we look at our top 5 teams, though, we did see the players there from FALCONS also being on the board. But now, the interesting thing to note about the FALCONS is they've not yet been able to secure themselves a winner chicken dinner. So who knows? Maybe today that Sanhok could be exactly what they need to secure that first victory moving through. And it does seem, of course, like we are going to be heading into a little bit of a rehost, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, as I mentioned before in the previous days, out of our selection of maps, Sanhok tends to be the one that proves to be a little bit more challenging, right? It doesn't necessarily always want to just run nice and smoothly. So I believe we are potentially going to be heading into a quick break at some point while we are getting ready to see exactly what our respective teams are going to be doing. Of course, we are going to be taking a look at the first match, right? Just note that there is going to be a rehost to come on through. So we could get a bit of an idea as to what these teams could be looking to do, at least with regards to their positioning, getting themselves situated and spread out. But also, moving into our very first match of the day, again, this is pre-rehost, I believe. We are going to be looking at the flight path starting all the way up towards that northwestern side. It's going to be heading straight on down. Alright, so as we know, nothing's going to come from this. This is going to be a rehost. You'll see the zone is going to bug out a little bit. Sanhok likes to keep the surprise on there, right? Likes to keep us guessing. But that is Sanhok. We've grown accustomed to it by now. We know exactly the kind of approach that Sanhok is going to try and throw at us here as well. But a good dispersion coming through from the teams regardless. Of course, nothing really out of the ordinary. We do see the players from KR, again, going for the usual kind of position. I mean, it's also quite obvious that we are not going to be seeing the players from W7 drop on KR as we usually see. That being due to the fact that the players from W7 are, of course, in Group E. So RTG, Slime Machine, Triple Esports, as well as W7 Esports only going to be joining us back in match number 2. But for now, here we go, taking a bit of a test run to see just how these players are going to get themselves situated. ONYX Ravens also nice position down towards the Camp Charlie. We've got Twisted up in towards Pine None. We've got NIGMA, again, holding on to the usual situation. Of course, playing in towards Nakam as well as Sami. Now, one thing that we've seen from NIGMA time and time again is they really like to surf that blue, right? Waiting until at least second, potentially third phase to get themselves situated, to get themselves positioned up in towards that zone. So nothing really all too surprising on that. But as I mentioned, we are going to be having a rehost, right? That was just a test run to see whether or not the players are able, rather, to get themselves out of the plane and down onto the ground. A little bit of a speed drill, right? Getting ready to hop into the action. But of course, well, we'll be back, I believe, with our first match of the day very, very shortly. So just waiting to see if we are going to be heading into a break or if we're going to be jumping straight into the action yet again. But, well, no surprise, right, as we know. Sanhok sometimes does this. But, of course, well, being Sanhok, the first match of the day, right, we can get all the gremlins dealt with, get all the bumps ironed out, and then it should be smooth sailing moving into the remaining matches of the day. As we know, Erangel and, of course, that double dose of Miramar going to be making its way on through. If you guys have any predictions, right, moving into Sanhok, if you know, who do you think is going to be the team to clutch it out? Yes, it was a pretty good circle to come through, but as we know, it was a test run, right? Just trying to see if the players can get themselves down onto the ground soon enough. But yeah, predictions for the first game, let me know if you want to maybe make a call as to where you think that first zone is going to be going. If you want to feel, if you're feeling rather a little bit brave, Right, let me know, who do you think is going to be the squad to secure the first winner chicken dinner? As we know, it is going to be quite a bit of contentious play. Looking at the performances that we've seen across the board, right? There are going to be several teams. I'm sincerely looking at the teams that have not yet been able to get themselves those winner chicken dinners. So by that, of course, looking at a team like Falcons, for instance, looking to see whether or not things could go click for them. But speaking of that, well, it is going to be time for that break, right? So be sure to stay tuned. I'll be back in a short little while.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعزائنا المشاهدين، معنا جلسة حوارية مع راجنر من فريق GEEKAY. حابين نتعرف عليك أكثر راجنر، تعرفنا عن روسترك وأنت من وين؟
بالبداية يسعدني التواجد معك يا كودي. وأنا راجنر من فريق GEEKAY، صار لي سنة ونص تقريبا ألعب مع GEEKAY. ورأس الفريق هو عبارة عن ستان ستان من سوريا، وغيث من العراق، وثلاث لاعبين سعوديين اللي هم محمد ومارس وهوب.
كيف شفت التجربة في جيمرز 8 كونك أنت شاركت في PMPL مين تورنمنت باستحقاق بعد ما فزت الMEA، وبرضه بالتالي كنت في PMRC؟ احكينا عن التجربة داخل الجيم وبرا الجيم.
بكل صراحة يعني داخل الجيم PMPL كانت أصعب بكثير. يعني ما استخلف فرق PMRC، لكن أشوف إن PMPL تجمع ريجنات أكثر فتكون أصعب. وخارج الجيم صراحة أجواء جيمرز 8 بشكل عام جدا جميلة وحماسية صراحة.
راجنر، اعطينا كلمة لخصومك ومنافسينك في ميادين ببجي موبايل، سواء PMPL MEA أو أي بطولة ممكن تشارك فيها كGEEKAY.
أقول لهم خلوا يشدون حيلهم لأن نحتاج مستوى صراحة.
أهم إنجازات لراجنر من بطولات، وشو الهدف الكبير اللي حاطه في نهاية طموحك في هاي اللعبة؟
كان إنجاز فردي، يعني هو تقريبا تقدر تقول وحيد، اللي هو MVP MEA 2022. وكإنجاز يعني كفريق ففي إنجازين مع GEEKAY، واللي هم المركز الأول دور السعودي والمركز الأول MEA 2023. والهدف اللي ودي إني أوصله بهذه الفترة إن أوصل الجراند فاينل، بس مو بس إنه أوصل الجراند فاينل، لا، لأن يعني أضع اسمي كراجنر هناك، وضع بس مصبا بالجراند فاينل.
كراجنر، شو نقاط القوة اللي بتميزك واللي ممكن تعطي بصمة إلك شخصية في أداء الفريق؟
بكل صراحة أنا أشوف أكثر شيء يميزني أن أنا أقدر أكون IGL، يعني أقدر أميز الفريق إذا كان IGL ما هم يعني لا، ما هم مركز على جهة الفريق، يعني مركز على جهة ثانية، أو أنا مشغول مع فريق ثاني، فأقدر أنا يعني أكون
مساعد
أغطي عنه. وبنفس الوقت أقدر أعطي اقتراحات حلوة حق الفريق داخل الجيم، طبعا غير السكيلز الفردي والذكاء.
راجنر، من تجاربك مع الفريق أكيد في خبرات اكتسبتوها من بعض في الجيم وبرا الجيم، حدثنا عنها، وبرضه حابين نسمع منك أي كلمة لجمهور GEEKAY.
من الاشياء اللي تعلمت من غيث ان انا اكون هادي. يعني يعني من احد اللاعبين اللي لعبت معهم غيث، يعني يعني لولا الانف اللي يعطيه كان ما راح تسمع صوته صراحه بالجيم. وش ما يعجبني هدوء بكل صراحه. وكل من الجمهور جدا سعيدين بدعمكم المتواصل. نحتاج ثقتكم بالفترة الجاية، لأن فترة شوي صعبة على الفريق، مهمة بنفس الوقت، وإن شاء الله راح نكون قد.
All right. We're getting ready to hop into the action. Of course, Sanhok now back up and running again. So we are going to be seeing what our teams will be doing. Of course, if you have any predictions with regards to that zone, now would be the time to let me know, as we are going to be stepping right into the action. As you can see, it is time for Sanhok to be revealed. So if you want to give your prediction for that zone, drop it in the chat. Let's see who can get it on point. Of course, also, if you got a prediction for a lovely little bit of a team that could be taking that winner chicken dinner, let us know. Now, as to with regards to the rehost, it happens, right? We see it be a case on Sanhok time and time again. Sanhok just being one of those things, one of those maps. It's just the way it goes. But everything is back up and running yet again. So let's jump to the action. Of course, we can call the rehost just a bit of a test run to see, just exactly how quickly our respective teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated and positioned down on the ground. This time around, flight path has changed up ever so slightly, but again, not a major drastic change with regards to that. And again, this being Sanhok, the teams will still have quite a bit of decent access, getting themselves situated pretty much wherever they would like to go. But here we go, the dispersion is there. ONYX Ravens again going down towards Camp Charlie. Falcons now pulling up in towards Kampong. We got the Gangsters going up into Cave. IKURD going to be pulling a little bit over towards that Camp Bravo position. Falcons taking a very wide spread. Right. You can see up towards the northwestern side, it is ARB and KR making their way around as well. But it's curious to see KR. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they know that W7 is not here. It's very interesting to see that they are instead attempting a 2-2 split. I mean, they've got all the time in the world to make their rotation through Hatin. But instead, they are potentially looking to play a little bit of a setup here. So, not quite sure how that is going to go. But if you're just joining in the chat, wassalamu alaikum, welcome. To give your predictions for the match if you feel bold enough to drop them. Let's see. Alright, so Ali and Besiktas a little bit more to the southern edge. Maybe just trying to drop for a few vehicles, seeing that they know that the zone is quite far away from them. Of course, now last time we saw the zone centering up onto Quarry like it has now. It turned out to be quite a sweaty engagement. So let's see how the teams will be running this time around. Of course, for those of you wondering, RTG, Salai Machine, W7 and Triple are not here because they are in Group E. And we'll be seeing them back in match number 2. NIGMA, definitely one of our strong performers this season with regards to their performance on Sanhok. Which is quite interesting to note though, because as I've mentioned before, right, previous season, their performance on Sanhok definitely wasn't their strong point. So it's good to see NIGMA now looking to bring in a little bit more of a balanced approach. Rudy Fruities here, also sitting in with our top 3. The grand total of 51 points. 32 total eliminations that they've been able to secure. 19 placement points. And of course that winner chicken dinner. Alright, NASR also going to be looking to get themselves looted up throughout that Ruins and Tambanga region. Again, nice uncontested play for them there. No one going to be knocking on any doors. At least not right now. And of course, all the way up in towards Paradise. There's going to be none other than the lovely R8 squad. Oh, but here we go. Next X. Falling victim to the spray as Conqueror Iraq. Well, makes very quick work of them. With that, ending their run right then and there. I mean, that is quite the unfortunate play coming through for next X. But let's see now what is going to come through here for Conqueror Iraq. I mean, this is a good start because, well, from what we've seen in the previous 5 matches that both Next X and, of course, the players from Conquer Iraq have been able to play. I mean, well, actually, Next X, they've played 6. But Conquer Iraq sitting with only 17 points to the name. So definitely opportunity for a bit of a boost. IKURD also needing a bit of a boost. Only securing themselves 8 eliminations and 1 placement point so far. So as to the question for who's playing up in the IKURD squad, well, we'll take a look at that once we hop back over on towards them. But here we go, it's AZ, we've got Golden, we've got Aram as well. And then I can't see who the other player is, just situated a little bit more towards that southern side. Well, there's the list. Right, so AZ, Ali, Aram, and Golden. Or Azzy, right? It's not AZ, it's Azzy. Let's see if this is going to be the opportunity that IKURD now needs. Because with only 9 points on the map of Sanhok, they are in dire need of a lot more points, especially on this map. Looking to just up the ante. Right, secure themselves a lot more points. But if you look back to the performance that we had, right, historically, on the map of Sanhok itself, I mean, they have been able to secure themselves a winner chicken dinner on there in the previous season, walking away with a grand total of 52 points, 33 eliminations. So it definitely shows that they do possess the capability to have a phenomenal run here. But again, it's all going to come down to how that RNG plays out this time around. GEEKAY with a nice steady approach. Going to be peering down into Quarry, looking to see if they can find a bit of an opportunity. Last time we saw them in Quarry, they were of course situated in the Quarry itself, which proved to be, well, quite challenging. Quarry is an easy position to rotate into, not that easy to get out of. Speaking about easy, we do see the players then from the side of the Falcons also taking their approach, coming through from the southern side. ONYX Ravens also steadily on the approach. Again, not oversending it just yet. Ooh, but up comes IKURD now getting challenged. Azzy running the wrong way. Ida's behind you. Ooh, there we go. Azzy now just trying to find their bearings again. And once it clicked into position, it was on the money. It's a good defensive hold coming through here from IKURD. But again, it's still a long way to go. Crazy sneaking in a bit of a third party opportunity while R8 is distracted by IKURD. Good play to see that come through. Now let's see whether or not Prestige is going to be able to pick up Ragnarok. What a start though. I mean, R8 was definitely not expecting to see them receive so much pressure. But here we go. IKURD, sure. IKURD now just trying to dip, dodge, duck, and dive their way through. Let's see if they can maybe wrap up alongside the Falcons. The Zorn also taking a little bit of a shift now, centering up even more to Kampong. We've not yet seen the zone shift come through in the previous Sanhok, so it's going to be interesting to see how our players are going to be pushing through, as a big chunk of that playable area is now also down to water, so already the available space being reduced. A good showing of confidence here from the side of IKURD. Now all they got to do is find their lineup, find the angles down onto the Falcons. Utility is going to be flying through. Will it reach though? You got to watch out, Ali. Salam is going to wait for that hit. Ooh, nice nade. Finds a bit of damage. We did see 2 getting sent out. But now IKURD starting to spread themselves out a little bit more, trying to cover a bit of more ground. But again, it's going to be tough for IKURD's rotation, especially now that we do have Vision moving in. And of course, as he goes right on down, Ali tries to blow up the vehicle. Never alone and the rest of the crew holding nice and steady here. But IKURD now having to start to divide their attention. Golden at least managing to find Azzy, bringing them back on their feet. Especially looking at that zone. Right, Falcons, Vision, not going to be the only bit of opposition that they will have to face. As the rest of the lobby are going to be making their way on through. Falcons now going to be heading further down south. ONYX Ravens just beyond them. And now, again, CONQUEROR Iraq could come knocking on the door. See how this one is going to unfold though. Team slowly trying to just get themselves in a nice bit of a situation here. The predictions coming through for GEEKAY, Vision, ONYX Ravens, as well as Twisted. So let's see if that is going to hold true. Meanwhile, Quest, GEEKAY on the edge of zone. Waiting patiently to see what the shift is going to bring and whether or not they could maybe just hold out on the edge a little while longer. Ooh, things are not going to be the same though for KR and the side of Brute Force. As both of them find each other all the way up in towards Lakawi. KR is going to be the first team to fall up in towards the north. Following on the heels there of Next X. Both teams getting sent back empty-handed. But now Brute Force feeling a little bit of that adrenaline starting to flow. Have a nice bit of rotation down into Lakawi itself, but still going to be quite diligent as we do have R8 and Vision holding within the vicinity. But again, it's not going to pose any major concerns for them just yet. Looking at those positions, Quest still having to push through. As you can see, Kante now trying to opt for a little bit more of a southern play. But again, right, that defensive line being held by GEEKAY, Twisted, and NASR is going to be quite the tough one to breach. Curious to see where these sprays are coming from. Of course, it is going to be none other than Twisted and Quest. So far, Twisted now having to deal with GEEKAY. Also applying a bit of pressure coming through from the north as Crypto goes right on down. Already 3 players down. Tadino now having to hold it nice and steady. Could get the clutch. Oh, but Al-Hajj proves to be quite a force. As they do send Twisted packing. And now they get the opportunity to get themselves raised and brought back onto their steady holdings. But the push is going to come through. You can see GEEKAY looking for a bit of an opportunity. Santa already holding in the wing. Good position coming through though from Quest. Not easy to spot. Well, it is going to be easy though for Prepart to spot the play down onto the side of Osama there from the ARB champions. We do see QTEL also just towards the north. Some very tough rotations now having to be made rather by the side of ARB. Ooh, Quest now in trouble. GEEKAY gatekeeping the living heck out of them. Let's see whether or not GEEKAY is going to be able to get the jump in on the Quest squad. Ooh, the third party plays from Falcons coming through. Beautiful spray work here from Prepod. Just denying Osama access. Down they go. Santa, of course, not done just yet. GEEKAY now trying to fight across the way. Quest trying to get themselves out of the sweaty situation. We got NASR holding in the wing as well. Not sure how Quest are going to get themselves out of that high position, because the only way down is going to be out in the open. Yep, Falcon swooping in. Again, playing a major upset. Now all the pressure turns to Al-Hajj. You can see very limited options here, but you got to watch out. The spray is going to connect on through. GEEKAY holds the spread, and that is it. Hope secures the end of Quest. Only 2 eliminations, though, for the side of Quest. Of course, coming into the match, they were sitting around about that middle of the leaderboard with regards to the performance on the Sanhok map itself. Speaking about middle, Brute Force, I mean, nowhere near the middle, right? We have them sitting more towards the top. We do see Mur getting caught out in the blue. Not quite sure what the play is going to be on that end. Meanwhile, IKURD holding on to a 2-2 split. You can see Azzy and Golden situated towards the north with Aram and Ali yet to push on forward. But this could be a bit of a information gathering process that they are going to be looking to play through here. Gangsters now starting to expand their options as well. As you can see Kevin pushing a little bit further up, scouting out the situation. But unfortunately, not finding all the information that they are necessarily looking for. Falcons, though, holding on to a phenomenal position right here. Santa and Damar now in a bit of a standoff. Trying to send those hits either which way. We do say goodbye to Mur as the blue zone gets hold of them. Meanwhile, Tiger finds a spray onto Ragnarok. Damar still going to be looking for the opportunity onto Santa. Finds it. Sends in a pretty good amount of damage. Up comes Gaith, Ragnarok, and Hope. They're looking to flank their way. Looking for that edge zone positioning. Oh, unfortunate run for the side of R8. They will be ended in 11th, getting shipped out with 3 elims up. Now comes the push, the rush. NIGMA trying to breach up into the side of the gangsters, but you can see A-Buddy holding on to beautiful southern positioning right here. Oh, it's going to be a tough one, and also not exactly the fastest vehicle to utilize, but now there's going to be CONQUEROR Iraq looking to spring into action as they find the opportunity onto both the players, or both the squads rather, coming through from the gangsters as well as Vision. It is now up to Yawez and Tapok to lock it down. At least they've been able to secure a bit of a foothold within that zone. Now it's going to be up to CONQUEROR Iraq looking to breach. Up comes Tiger. Crazy both. Trying to send out those utilities, those flashbangs. Trying to cause a bit of damage. AZ could be a good addition to the team. But of course, well, we need to see how the rest of the performance is going to go. Meanwhile, Crazy is going to go down. The Bok, I like this position. But you got to get your wares back on a full health bar. Up comes the push. Now it's there. Oh, down they go. Eight squads now remain. Oh, well, scratch that. Make it 7. No, that's 8. All right. Okay. So GEEKAY also getting ended thanks to the lovely blue zone. And, of course, that spray coming through from the ONYX Ravens. Saad adding to the tally. You see those points really starting to rake up. Brute Force already sitting up on 4. Or 5, rather. IKURD up on 2. ONYX Ravens also then on to NASR. Yet to find themselves a few points. Of course, they also still have that entire squad to utilize. But a very challenging position. The ONYX Ravens are trying to get them right under their thumb. Ooh, nice sneaky play. But will this be now the chance for the side of NASR to not only get themselves secured in the zone, but also find a bit of an opportunity, potentially at the expense of the ONYX Ravens? NASR so far showing that they are capable of quite a bit of aggression. Walking into this match with 18 eliminations already secured here. Exactly the same amount as the ONYX Ravens. So this is a very even engagement. Oh, but unfortunately it's going to be NIGMA looking to play upset. As Clever gets taken on down. J7 then also falls. The NASR now down to a single player. As Xenox looks to hold it true. And this is now a golden opportunity for the ONYX Ravens to apply that last bit of pressure. Meanwhile, we do say goodbye to one of the IKURD players as well. Ali getting sent on their merry, merry way. But in a blink of an eye, we have said goodbye to quite a few players, actually. 3 teams, though, left on a full squad. That, of course, being the ONYX Ravens, Team Falcons, as well as Team NIGMA. Oh, but up comes the rush now. ONYX Ravens losing one. Xenox trying to clutch it out for NASR. Oh, but the spray is there, and that is the end. NASR having to settle for 8th, though. ONYX Ravens securing their 3rd elimination. Brute Force now going to be making a play for center zone. Well, not exactly center zone, as they do leave Ado behind. Prepod is going to be moving up towards the northwest. Now, this allows for the rest of the teams to really look to play as many positions as they can. Prepod has been found in the meanwhile, and now Ado nowhere near capable of assisting their teammate. So, Brute Force pretty soon about to be down to 1. Vision currently holding on to 1, as we can see Tapok just holding on the edge. Oh, down goes Brute Force as they go down to none. Not quite sure if Vision, Tapok is going to be able to get themselves securely positioned. You can see the blue zone just holding ahead of them. Meanwhile, ONYX Ravens also yet to get their foot secured within that zone. Now the play comes through. Yep, there we go. Lord secures the spray, and that is it. Down to 4. IKURD getting picked up. Vision getting picked up. 3 teams now left. Alright, so this is going to be between the Falcons chasing for their first victory right here on the map of Sanhok. Going toe-to-toe with the Gangsters and, of course, NIGMA. As you know, Gangsters also have not yet found themselves that winner chicken dinner. NIGMA already picking up 1 previously. So let's see who's going to be the one to close it out this time around. Falcons definitely looking like they've got the numbers advantage. Decent dose of damage coming through as well. 1,593. But all they got to do now is just utilize the numbers. Salam doing a little bit of due diligence, looking to the north, ensuring that there's no one that's going to be pushing out from that blue zone. But meanwhile, as we know, the rest of the teams are all situated over on towards the eastern side. Buddy and Jafar, the final 2 contenders now left for the side of the Gangsters. NIGMA holding nice and steady. Freak already sitting with 5 eliminations to their name. Could we see Jafar maybe clutch this one out? It is going to be a pretty tough one to play at. But of course now with the zone moving down south, NIGMA are going to be smiling. Oh, this could be a nice play coming through from Jafar. Again, the Gangsters still having to try and secure themselves within the zone. Opting for that push onto the side of Falcons. Oh, is going to result in quite a bit of chaos. As A-Buddy's not tanking the blue, and down they go. Gangsters getting sent out in 3rd. It is up to the final 2 teams. Falcons still looking very confident. Also having 1 more elimination than we do see for the side there of NIGMA. NIGMA sitting on 7. Falcons sitting on 8. But up comes the push. The last opportunity. Rauf and Freak now being put on the back foot, having to defend, but a beautiful nade finds its way on through. Rauf going to be opting for the play. Falcons not having a clear line of sight, and again you can see the utilities just getting dispersed all over the place. Down goes Never Alone. Pablo coming through with a beautiful hit. Down goes Freak. Lord, in the meanwhile, has been brought back on their feet as they could now really bring in quite a bit of a helping hand here for the side of NIGMA. Falcons could very well have this one in the bag. But as we do hit that 9th stage, right, there's nothing else to do other than push, apply the pressure, and hope for the best. But let's see who's going to clutch it out. It is a 2v2. NIGMA managing to turn the tables on the Falcons. Down goes Pablo Damar, trying to make the most, but taking so much damage. Dipping out, and off they go. NIGMA securing their second victory on the map of Sanhok. Well done, well played, and doing so with a healthy dose of eliminations coming their way as well. So very exciting first match to kind of wrap up the action right here on day number 3, right? What a way. This, of course, is that midway marker, right? As we jump from match 3 to match 4. Well, that is it, right? Halfway point for the league stage. But of course, a very contentious start coming through there from NIGMA. Really setting the bar rather exceptionally high for the day. So what a run indeed. Of course, also then closing it off with double-digit eliminations coming their way as well. So glorious performance. But you got to commend the Falcons. I mean, they were trying so hard, but NIGMA just had the upper hand, managing to convert them from a full squad down to only 2, and then of course essentially taking them all out, sending them shipping. And well, it is what it is, but what a play though. Of course, we saw several teams also then trying exceptionally hard. I mean, CONQUEROR Iraq, they did a bucket load of work. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make it up into placement point territory, but we'll be taking a look at those leaderboards momentarily to see exactly how many points our respective teams were able to secure. But what a play, though. What a play. Very, very exciting stuff to see come through. And, yeah, Falcons still now shy of a few points, right? Looking to get themselves that winner chicken dinner. But, of course, NIGMA going to come through with a glorious 20-pointer. 10 points from placement and eliminations. With the Falcons then having to settle for 15. But, of course, the other team that also picked up 9 elims was going to be the side there of CONQUEROR Iraq. Again, fortunately, just being shy of those placement points. But again, a very valiant effort being brought through by them. ARB, KR, and XX, unfortunately, are going to be having to take a stop at the donut shop as they don't acquire any points. But it's not going to be the end of the world. As we know, we still have 4 more maps to go. So a lot of opportunities to try and rectify everything along the way. But, well, as we know, right, match 1 then, done and dusted. We can tick it off. It is done. But, well, we need to see what's going to come through. As we know, next up, we are going to be venturing over into the lovely Erangel to see what our teams will be doing. And, of course, it's also going to be the first opportunity for the players in Group E to show us what they can bring on through. Of course, we are going to be taking a look at a few of the amazing highlights that we had from this past match. It's a good play coming through here. Brute Force. Definitely trying to lock it down. CONQUEROR just doing such phenomenal work here. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, getting taken out a little bit prematurely, right? Having to settle for, I believe that was 10th or 9th, either which way, just shy of those placement points. Oh, gotta love those DBSs as well. I mean, this is, I think, where everything kind of just turned downhill for the gangsters, right? They tried to inch their way on through. And, of course, another big turning point was right here, when NIGMA were able to slowly just dismember the side here of the Falcons, bring them down to that 2-piece. I mean, the utilities were there, the nades were on point, but unfortunately, well, it wasn't on the cards. Looking at the damage load, Falcons locking in 2,240. That is pretty impressive. NIGMA doing a very similar job here, right? 2050, looking pretty good. But however, they were able to still milk those 10 eliminations out of it. The strongest conversion rate, though, is going to go to the side of CONQUEROR. As you can see, the points being secured. But, of course, Freak now going to be stealing the show with the most damage, the most elims, one of which has been a utility finish. Never Alone coming through, 394-meter hit. I mean, that is pretty impressive. Looking at the map of Sanhok, seeing that it is such a tiny map. I mean, that, of course, is essentially just on the edge of render, right? So, it means the player is, like, really tiny. So, very impressive to see, though, that, of course, happening on a phone, right? On a screen that's just this big. I mean, shooting something that's that big. Wow. Gotta be hella impressed with that. But of course, now speaking about impressive, we are going to be taking a look at our leaderboard here as well for this phase. NIGMA now hopping up 4 slots all the way into pole position. Moving down the side there of R8 Brute Force as well as RTG. Quest not moving anywhere though. Still locked in onto that 4th place. So curious to see what the rest of the day will bring. We also did see the Falcons taking a little bit of a shift up the board as well. Also then a 4-position jump. As we look a little bit further down, CONQUEROR also climbing all the way up then into that 13th position. So nice 2-slot move there. Of course, then forcing GEEKAY and NASR to move down into 14th and 15th place respectively. But as we know, right, game number 2 is just going to be around the corner. So I'm curious to see what RTG, Sly, Triple, and W7 are going to be bringing in. As we know, it is going to be on the map of Erangel. And looking at the team's performances from what we've seen so far in the previous days, of course, also looking at the way that they've been able to perform, I'm quite excited to see especially what the side of RTG is going to be bringing in, because they are holding quite strong with regards to their performance on the Erangel map, sitting in 3rd place out of all 20 our respective teams with regards to that Erangel performance. A grand total of 76 points, exactly the same amount that ONYX Ravens have, but doing so with only one winner chicken dinner. ONYX Ravens, on the other hand, they found 2, right? ONYX Ravens, NIGMA, Sly Machine, and Quest all sitting on those 2 points. And to give you a little bit of a deeper look into it, we also then take a look at the team's overall performances. So NIGMA, the top points earners coming through on the map of Erangel, followed up by the ONYX Ravens. Then we got RTG, Sly, and then of course ARB champions. But ARB, well, they ain't gonna be moving into this next match as they are in Group D. Of course, they'll have that opportunity in game number 3 to showcase a little bit of the exciting play that they could be looking to bring on through. So who knows, there might also be that opportunity for them to potentially secure their first winner chicken dinner on the map of Erangel. But now the focus is going to be on game number 2. So I do believe that we could maybe be seeing RTG and potentially the side of GEEKAY really looking to up the ante, as both these teams have been able to find themselves a winner chicken dinner. But of course, they could be looking to push for that second winner chicken dinner. NIGMA, though, leading with 63 eliminations, so that puts them 16 elims ahead of the team situated in second, right? ONYX Ravens, but of course, the second highest elimination count we see coming through on the map of Sanhok actually is going to go to the side of NASR, right? NASR coming through with 52 eliminations, so only 9 away from NIGMA, but the difference being here is that NASR have been having a bit of a tough time securing themselves those the steady flow of placement points. So they are sitting on a total of 64. Whereas we look at NIGMA Galaxy, they've now been able to hit 103 points. So NIGMA, again, looking to set the standard as to what we could be expecting to see come through. But as we know, all these performances can essentially change up at any point in time, as we've had a few of these upsets also then occurring across the board. I mean, IKURD also holding nice and steady, only finding themselves 6 points away from NASR with regards to Erangel's play. So definitely this does prove to be one of the strongest maps so far for the side of IKURD. So let's see if they are going to be looking to push it just that extra little bit, right? Potentially looking to just catapult themselves up the overall leaderboard. Of course, well, we are just going to be loading everything up. Freak was definitely on quite a bit of a rampage. So if you guys have any predictions as to who you think is going to be clutching it out here on Erangel, be sure to let me know in the chat. Also curious to know, where do you think the zone and flight path is going to be going? Are we going to be looking at a center zone? Are we going to be looking at any major other upsets potentially coming through? Of course, let me know your thoughts. Here are the predictions that we've seen before. So GEEKAY, Twisted, ONYX, and of course then the players coming through from Vision. Ooh, that is definitely going to be an interesting prediction. Curious to see that we don't have RTG being nominated, or rather called out as one of the teams to get the winner chicken dinner, right? So I'll give RTG the call. I'll say, you know, I think RTG could be the one to pop it off. If you agree with that statement, let me know in the chat. In the meanwhile, we are just going to be waiting for the lovely Erangel to find its way on through. Right, so the team who won, right, was the lovely NIGMA, doing so with 10 eliminations. alongside that winner chicken dinner, finding themselves on a glorious 20-pointer. But of course, they are yet to beat the performance from GEEKAY when it comes to the map of Sanhok, right? GEEKAY sitting on 87 points, leading by example. Of course, also then 2 winner chicken dinners to their name. So they will be a few opportunities a little bit further down the line for NIGMA to try and contest the overall performance for GEEKAY when it comes to Sanhok. Erangel, if we look at GEEKAY, as I mentioned before, they find themselves a little bit further down the board. But I do believe GEEKAY and potentially RTG are going to be looking to secure their second winner chicken dinner with regards to Erangel. Alright, here we go. Taking a look at Twisted as well. You can see Evo Station again coming through with a very strong representation with regards to damage. Also, those eliminations sitting on 21. I mean, 7 times more than what AZ has been able to bring on through. So that is pretty impressive to see for the side there of Twisted. I mean, it is quite surprising, though, to see Twisted only positioned in 16th with regards to Erangel. 50 points in total, 35 eliminations, and 15 placement points. But it is about that time for us to hop right on the plane to see what the flight path and zone is going to be bringing in. So again, if you've got any predictions, now would be the time to let me know. Some beautiful scenery coming through there as well. I personally think that we could potentially be looking at a flight path starting somewhere close to the Millie base. Maybe heading up in the direction of Zaki. That's what I think with regards to flight path. Then, if we look at the zone, I'm really hoping for something a little bit closer towards Yasnaya Polyana. Because we haven't seen enough of those zones come through. I do believe we had at least 1, maybe 2 of them back in phase number 1. But not much of that really coming through in phase number 2. So we do have a prediction there that NIGMA are going to be winning this one. Now, I mean, are we going to be having a back-to-back? Who knows, right? That could maybe be the play. Of course, some support coming through there for the team of Brute Force as well. But as we know, we aren't going to be having to wait all too long, as we are going to be jumping right into the map to see exactly what these teams are going to be bringing through. Ooh, right, so that's why I don't make flight path predictions, as we are going to be starting over on Quarry side. And it does seem to be looking like the flight path is going to be cutting right through. Yes, indeed, it's heading all the way over towards Lipovka. It's a nice bit of a change, but of course that zone can still go up to Yasnaya Polyana. So let's see if that is going to be on the cards. Of course, the team's now going to be looking to get themselves dispersed. Looking to push all over the place. Gangsters going for Quarry / Primorsk. Does seem like we have a few takers there for Ferry Pier, as well as RTG move in. Twisted dropping in alongside them. But maybe this could be Twisted looking to push all the way down to Sosnovka. Seeing that we don't have the ARB champions currently in this lobby. The W7 also then taking a bit of a spread over on towards the western side of the zone. Quest going for the usual location. Ooh, alright, zone going to the opposite side of the map though, centering up onto Everest. Yes, I know that the player's name is not Santa, but I call them Santa. Because Santa, you know, it sounds so much more fun. You know, Santa comes with a bag full of goodies. The other version, not so much. Right, that's for the naughty people. So I just go for the rest, right? If they ask me to do PMPL Brazil, I will 100% do it. So yeah, if you know a guy, right? Speak to the guy. Let's see. But yeah, my pleasure to be casting in English. Let's see what is gonna happen though, as the ONYX Ravens are sitting quite comfortably up into North George, as well as up into the container yard. They got Everest at their disposal. got Sly, NASA, and Triple situated towards Farm, and Malta IKURD, of course, going for their position up in towards Lopovka. Falcons and NEXX up in towards Yasnaya Poliana. Yes, Cindy giving the exact explanation. Giving the exact explanation. But also, Santa just sounds so much more fun. Right? It just sounds so much more fun. And that allows me to say things like, you know, let's see what Santa has in the bag, right? Maybe a few goodies could be finding their way on through. You know, it makes it sound a little bit more fun. And meanwhile, speaking about fun, we got the Broody Freeze, right? AKA Brute Force, pushing all the way up into Savoni, their usual home ground. Looking to spread their wings. Let's see. Ooh, Neos, you gotta watch out for the wall. You would think, though, with Neos coming to look for parking here time and time again. Surprising to see Neos not looking to park the vehicle in between the two containers. You know, it's one of those things, but hey, we'll take it. We'll take it. In the meanwhile, there's going to be IKURD up into the lovely Lipovka. Well, there we go. Santa and Gaith are going to be looking to get themselves situated up in towards Rozhok. We do see the players from KR over in school. So curious to see if there's going to be any contention coming through on that front. It might be GK maybe just looking for a few vehicles, maybe a bit of loot along the way. But I do suspect that we could maybe have GK either pushing up to Everest or looking to get themselves situated up into Cube. Maybe making a play for Ruins. Who knows? In the meanwhile, the Slime Machine Squad are going to be pushing in as well all the way from Malta. Yes, HP, that is right on the money, right? A very good assumption there. So, by this time, everyone that has heard me cast PMPL Arabia across the previous seasons know that I call Mr. S Santa, right? So I call Santa Santa, right? That is it. But either which way, speaking about Santa, right, we've got Clever. I know usually the name is Cleaver, but it says Clever, so, you know, we will go for that one. We've got Easy, El Hajj, Fidan, and Kante. I'm going to be looking to just move a little bit out of Gatka. Also, maybe opting for a little bit of Everest. But up comes NASR. I still want to see J7 and J9. We've only seen them fight once. We also did see Ragnar and Ragnarok duke it out, right? As I mentioned before, I was waiting months to see that happen. Ooh, but here we go. Besikta looking to lock in a bit of a spray there. J7 managing to utilize the tree coverage. Ooh, Clever also now having the tire popped. Ooh, that could be quite devastating for them. Beautiful work coming through from Besikta. Right, so the Falcons and NEXX now looking to settle their differences. A little bit of utility getting sent out. The first blood is going to go to Never Alone at the expense of NEXX. NEXX definitely can't afford to get caught in a bit of an altercation here with the Falcons. They are the team that has been having the toughest time when it comes to Erangel. Only 15 points, 11 of which has come through from their eliminations. But a very widespread with the predictions, right? GEEKAY, ONYX Ravens, Gangsters, Slime Machine, and NIGMA. But is Mexico rather going to be able to find a little bit of that spice? We do see Pablo just off in the distance there as well. Ooh, that blue zone moving so quickly. So if Falcons and NX want to continue their run in this match, they definitely will have to get their butts into zone. Looking at center zone, it is going to be absolutely chaotic. A slight hornet's nest potentially coming through. NIGMA now rotating out of Pachinki. Again, going to be pushing up in the direction there of Gatka. I think there is also going to be quite a bit of a fight for Everest. As you can see, Triple and the side here of Quest holding onto the foothills. Not quite sure if they're going to be looking to push all the way up to the top, though. We do see ONYX Ravens holding nice and steady. We do have Lath right there. The Gangsters instead going to be opting for a little bit more of a western positioning. Brute Force going to be chilling, right? Big chilling up north. No one there to contest them, but let's see for how much longer they'll be able to hold it. As we do have next X and Falcons opting to move into that region. Of course, IKURD, well, they've moved up into Cube. As you can see, Azzy is holding there, but it does seem like they are also then going to be opting for a little bit more of a southern positioning. The east is going to be wide open. NASR now here playing for that center zone. GEEKAY also going to be playing as they move up. It is going to be potentially that church that they take occupants off. As you can see, Santa now being well positioned. Hope Ragnar going to be looking to play elevation. IKURD, well, if they want to move, they hope that they don't get spotted out, but that is exactly what comes through. Yeah, GK is such a scary team, especially with their performances that we've seen on Sanhok. If we look onto Erangel, I mean, they've not been that scary with only 46 eliminations. I mean, 46 is still quite a lot, but they've not actually had a runaway play. I mean, only one winner win a chicken dinner. They might potentially be looking to try and secure that second one. RTG, though, a very contentious team. I think it's essentially going to be between GK and RTG for this match. Based on, well, reasons. You know, just seeing the fact that both of these teams have only been able to secure themselves that one winner win a chicken dinner. I think they are going to be looking to push for the second. But taking RTG's position into consideration, we do see them situated much further to the south. GK holding on to a very centered up positioning. So, I mean, GK, they might get tested quite a bit. RTG, though, having a slightly easier position to play from, as they only have Triple to worry about, at least for the time being. Where GK has about 3, maybe 4 teams held in their vicinity. So things could look to get a little bit more spicy. Result in the rest of Triple. Waiting to see where this next zone is going to be taking us, as we've got about 30 seconds or so left on the clock. So if it takes the move to the west, it is going to spell a little bit of trouble then for the team situated more on that eastern side, right? Like NIGMA, Slime Machine, Twisted, and the rest of the teams down south, not necessarily going to be having such a tough run. But let's see where that zone will be taking us as Triple just start to trickle on through. Next X also then pulling through from the northern side. But Mur now securing occupants, ooh, of that lovely Q position. Falcons, yep, they've got free reign, and I think they are going to be setting up to get a bit of a gatekeep play going on towards those bridges. Or maybe just a full send up into the sunken city. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be brute force the next X fighting for the right. Not to party, but to participate in the next zone. They are going to be looking to get themselves a bit of a foothold, a bit of an angle to play from. Next X going to have a tough rotation, though, because we do see the players from Gangsters also just on that southern edge, right? So if they make it over this bridge, well, it's going to be quite a bit of aggression getting sent their way, and that is exactly what Mexico now experiences. ONYX Ravens also going to be starting to trickle off of Everest. Ooh, but here comes that play. Gangsters could now play major upset onto the side of Next X. I mean, kind of forcing the hand here for Next as they have to move a little bit further west. That, of course, is exactly where the blue zone is. But let's see as the rotations now start to come on through. The Gangsters opting a little bit more north. As you can see, the Brute Force squad there as well. So that could maybe present a few challenges, as Gangsters are not going to have the smoothest run moving on forward. Oh, yeah, that is exactly what now comes to fruition here for Jafar. Kevin, Buddy, and Walsh. Oh, could this be quite costly? Not yet, but Prepot not going to be stopping there, as the opportunity does still present itself. A little bit of a drift here from Walsh. The sprays are there. Great consistency. Good follow-up coming through from Ado, but it does seem like the Gangsters are going to be able to survive at least a little while longer. But let's see for how much longer, as they do have the Falcons just up ahead. Ooh, yep, you got to get out of the way. Falcons now making a lot of noise. But still some way, somehow, right? The Gangsters not going to be deterred by that bush, that spray. They managed to dip to that lovely eastern side. RTG in the meanwhile, still having to recover a bit of ground. See them all the way to that far southern edge. NIGMA moving up alongside them, but KRW7 and of course then the side there of Quest are going to be locked in towards the southwestern side. IKURD and NEXT could also get into a little bit of an altercation, a little bit of a scuffle. Oh, especially now with the Zone pulling back up to the west. This is going to be quite a bit of focus now put into Ruins. So GEEKAY will have one of two options, right? Either they're going to farm, or they're going to have to try and just move themselves into a little bit more of a fortified position. Up comes the spray though. ONYX Raven's going to be looking to capitalize, locking in those two elims already. But now W7 not having a lot of room to play with here. They got RTG, Quest, Triple, and KR now all going to be looking to apply that pressure. Right, so Triple running into a little bit of a tough one on that one. The first team getting shipped out, not a single point up. Loa coming through saying the vote for the Falcons. I mean, they could have it. They do have Sunken City and no one there to contest them. A lot of sweaty plays though coming through over on towards this western side. W7 trying to hold nice and steady, but unfortunately the nades coming through from CONQUEROR does bring quite a bit of problems alongside with it. Al-Hajj now just trying to third-party peek their way through, trying to make a good assessment of the available terrain. But I mean, CONQUEROR, or rather Quest, have a good opportunity. They have the zone behind them. So they know W7 needs to push forward. That is going to be the only way for W7 to get on through. Meanwhile, RTG. Wow. A very abrupt end, as they've decided to rush forward onto the position of GEEKAY, of course up in Ruins, and unfortunately not making it out. Oh, nice little bait and switch coming through here for W7. Waleed, oh, down they go. Down to Hero it is. W7 now needs to hold steady. Hero not going to have a lot of options. Yep, actually, in fact, they have none. As Fidan closes the door for them. Off they go. Not a single point to their name. Very tough play indeed. But, well, NIGMA will be looking for a little bit of soup as they find themselves down in the bowl. Sly Machine going to be rushing on forward. Oh, the aggression is there. Sly now could maybe clutch it out, but Vashe is going to fall. Instead, down goes Lord. This could be exactly what Sly Machine now needs to lock in even more eliminations. Sly, of course, no strangers to the aggression when it comes to this lovely map of Erangel, already securing themselves 2 winner chicken dinners. Could be looking to push it even further. 13 are going to be sending it in. Oh yeah, the elimination could come through, but instead it is going to be a third-party pressure play. Twisted, holding on to the edge. This could be quite a bit of a saving grace now, actually, going through for the side here of NIGMA. Attacker on the front line. Not yet spotting the player moving in on the edge. IKURD also descending down upon the players there from next. X as the zone focuses even more onto GEEKAY Evo Station. Gotta watch out, fortunately. Dami does find the hit onto Attacker, but up comes the send now. Oh, 13 just dodging in the nick of time, but the send is there. Oh, Slime Machine though. Down they go, Twisted with a beautiful rush. Securing themselves 3 eliminations. Quest now going to be knocking on the edge. Looking to bridge, looking to play in onto IKURD and next X. Quite a bit of a flank coming through here from Alhaji. Got to watch out for Ado though. Brute Force holding on to a very interesting spread. IKURD are going to be focusing their efforts forward. Looking to see if they can get that jump into the side of next X, and Mexico going down. This opens up the opportunity. As they do secure the eliminations. Glorious run. Brute Force and Gangsters. Yeah, finding themselves in quite a position over on towards the northeastern side. But Brute Force now down to a 3-piece. So there's still quite a few opportunities available here for Gangsters. Are they going to instead push to reclaim that island, take it from the clutches of Brute Force? Or could we maybe see them try and rotate it around the Falcons? Oh, either which way, they have to make a big decision here. As you can see the sprays are fighting their way on through. Action, of course, continuing across the board. Twisted trying to push up into the lovely ruins. But they've got NASR, GEEKAY, KR, ONYX, Ravens, all now contesting for this position here. So again, not exactly the easiest run to make. But let's see who's going to be able to lock it down. And it is Dandino down with Crypto. Oh, yeah, now being the sole survivor. Crypto, unfortunately, not a single point up just yet. But will there be a turning point? Could Crypto maybe get something to happen here as KR goes down? Looking to alleviate a little bit of the pressure. The Gangsters now going to opt for a little bit of a different kind of blue here. Kevin getting spotted, so this could be Falcons. Now leveraging that dry land positioning. Walsh and Kevin really having to backpedal on this one. As A-Buddy does secure a little bit of that island. But again, not the most favorable position coming through into the zone. Coops all the way on the front line. The lone ranger, the lone survivor coming through for NIGMA. Falcons now showing their determination, trying to close it up on the edge, but the zone gets ready to pop. Where's it going to take us? Yep, right down to ruins. It is GEEKAY again with a beautiful blessed zone coming their way. Brute Force also now having to close up a little bit of the distance there. Quick look back at, how Slime Machine got, well, slide on out. Well, Thunder, like I said, if you know a guy, you know where to get me. Hit me up on social media. Right, you'll see the tag when I appear back on screen again. In the meanwhile, speaking about tags, it is going to be IKURD, Quest, and Brute Force looking to play tag up into this northwestern side rather. All 3 teams still having to push up in towards the zone. GEEKAY though with a beautiful center zone positioning. Falcons, good decent spread. Neo's getting a little bit uncomfortable on that far edge. See the rest of Brute Force starting to move up. Ooh, but hey buddy. Hey buddy. And they find themselves in a very, very tough spot. Quest now looking to capitalize as they sneak on through. We got Santa and Gaith now holding on to the church. Of course, relinquishing control as they move a little bit closer towards center. Trying to group up with the rest of the team. NASR also now having to bite off quite a bit of a bullet. You can see those utilities just raining down on them as well. Fidan going to be trying to push on through, but Ali says no. Down they go. NASR down to Clever. ONYX Ravens now just absolutely bombarding them with quite a bit of utility. Crypto also still going to be holding nice and steady. Coops defending their position as they do find Neos. And of course, in doing that, they reduce the Brute Force squad down to only one. Gangsters also still going to be looking for a few points, but I'm not quite sure if anybody is going to be able to get out of that one. Oh, beautiful work coming through from Easy, making it look effortless as they dispose of IKURD. Securing the eliminations now. Quest up onto 8, holding steady alongside GEEKAY. ONYX Ravens still trying to find a little bit of that crypto spice. Oh, Gangsters go down, not a single point up. 9th place, not worth placement points just yet. Oh, gotta watch it though. Lath getting reminded that things are not as clear as they seem. Let's see whether Crypto is going to be able to find that nade. Well, the answer is yes, as they do find R. No. Lath managing to get themselves patched up. This could still open up a few opportunities for Crypto. Converting that vehicle into a little bit of hard cover. Also ensuring that the vehicle cannot be used against them. Oh, but it is going to be the end of Brute Force. This pre-pod has been spotted out in the northwestern side. So the zone now being 45% water, 55% dry land. Already restricting the playable area quite a considerable bit. But now the nade coming through onto Clever is going to find its way in. Ooh, nice position, but unfortunately Clever, well, is going to be proving to be quite clever, right? You can't necessarily evade those mollies, as Crypto is going to double down. Looking to get a nice little bit of flame grill action happening on that end. But here we go, Crypto be pushing in. Clever has edge zone. So Crypto is going to be looking for that, as the blue zone will be forcing their hand. We got about 50 seconds or so remaining on the clock. Oh, you can see ONYX Ravens looking in this direction. They could spot a bit of an opportunity. Yes, there we go. The rule of thumb goes, if you can see them, there's a very high chance that they can see you. As we say goodbye to Twisted Minds. Clever still holding steady. Looking to sneak their way on through. ONYX Ravens looking pretty confident. Good placement there from Lath. Unfortunately, not the exact placement that it requires. Ooh, but this is now really adding pressure to Clever as the molly connects up, but Clever able to dodge it. As the blue zone does constrict on through. Down they go as Hope capitalizes on the opportunity. So NIGMA, or GEEKAY rather, definitely playing a very wide spread. Coops still alive. The only solo remaining on this map. Having to go up against 3 full squads, and of course the 3-piece then coming through from the side there of Quest. It is going to be a very hairy fight to the finish to see who will be taking our first Erangel chicken of the day. So RTG definitely was one of those teams we were looking towards to see if they could potentially secure their second winner chicken dinner. But as you know, their road to glory was paved with a lot of challenges. Unfortunately, not being able to make it through into this last few zones. Meanwhile, Falcons only getting eliminations. Not a single assist. So converting all those knocks straight on through. But Groups now showing us how good they are at surviving these zones. Staying hidden. Oh, but that nade. Damar has smelled something in the air. You gotta watch out. If you push on Groups, they are gonna hit you up with a little bit of that bison action. A good defensive strategy coming through, but we also then do say goodbye to the side of Quest. Mission accomplished. 9 elims up. ONYX Ravens now also having to deal with a little bit of a challenge here. Kroops now getting spotted out. As GEEKAY look to lock it down. Up comes Ragnar. The nade is out. Meanwhile, Hope does find R. Groups being our hide-and-seek master so far. Being spotted many, many times. But refuses to go down. ONYX bringing themselves back up to a 4-piece. Oh, and down goes R yet again. Salid to fall, and down they go. The follow-through coming through here from GEEKAY. Looking to assert their dominance. Oh, Santa gets spotted. Saad pushing forward. Oh, out in the open. It's now down to Lath. The final hope for the ONYX Ravens. Falcons still looking good, holding on to that full 4-piece. But not quite sure if it's going to be on the cards. ONYX Ravens not having many options at this point. Oh, there we go. And this, of course, also being the 9th phase, right? There's not going to be any zones to come. This is it. This is the final play. Coop's now going to be looking to clutch it out. Are they going to be able to pull a rabbit out of a hat? Well, they do find at least one of the Falcons, but down they go as Lath plays the game. Santa closing the door on them. And down we are to our final 2. The Falcons again finding themselves in a very contentious position. But instead of going up against NIGMA, they are going up against the side here of GEEKAY. Hope Ragnar now looking to rush on forward. Oh, beautiful spray work. Gaith getting taken down, but there comes the slam dunk. As Santa locks it in, that is the end of the road. GEEKAY running away victorious. A very, very strong finish coming through there from the side of GEEKAY. Securing themselves 16 eliminations. That is just insane to witness. But of course, right, GEEKAY being zone blessed time and time and time again. Well, it makes sense to see GEEKAY sitting with so many eliminations to their name. So another glorious performance coming through on their end. But again, we got to commend the players there from the side of Falcons, really trying exceptionally hard to finish consistently, right? We did see in the first match, the Falcons making it up into second place as well. This time around, second place, 5 elims up. Again, a very, very challenging run. But again, consistency, as we know, at the end of the day, it pays off, right? Falcons found themselves 9 eliminations in the first match. This time around, only picking up 5. So a little bit of a trade-off there. But again, right, consistency is going to be key here. And they are yet to find themselves that winner chicken dinner. So let's see. Maybe it could be on the cards, right? Maybe today somewhere throughout our remaining matches, we could see a potential Falcon winner chicken dinner come through. Of course, they've already been able to secure themselves one winner chicken dinner. But yeah, let's see. Maybe there could be more on the horizon. Speak about horizons. So let's take a look at the leaderboard, or at least the match rankings, right? So GEEKAY picking up a glorious 26-pointer with the ONYX Ravens, then walking away with 15, 10 eliminations strong. Quest coming through on 9. They've got the players there from Falcons, only finding those 5, as I've mentioned. So all things considered, still double digits. So good finish nonetheless. NIGMA showing that beautiful consistency, right? 4-4, resulting in a glorious 8. The same can be said for NASR. But as we look down the lower end of the board, it is going to be the GANGSTERS W7 and Triple. Of course, standing in line at the donut shop. So welcome, welcome, welcome. We've warmed up the seats. But let's see, right, how all these points then impact the overall performances for our leaderboard, right, for our standings of this phase. But first up, we are going to be taking a look at our top performing players to see who got the most damage, the most eliminations, and all the other lovely toppings that go along with that. In the meanwhile, while we wait for that, it is going to be the damage graph coming through here. GEEKAY securing themselves 2,372, converting 16 eliminations out of that. Definitely the strongest conversion rate that we can see here. So well done. It's not often that we see such an insane finish come through. ONYX Ravens, of course, coming through with a 1,900 damage quest with 1,800. So a very heavy hand being dealt by our, well, top grossing teams, right, with regards to those eliminations. But what was good for Quest this time around is at least, you know, they were able to find those placement points to accompany the insane performance. Right, CONQUEROR Iraq also having a phenomenal match number 1. Looking at the performance here, of course, well, we didn't see them in this one because they are in Group D, so curious to see how they're going to be performing moving into game number 3, as we will be having that back-to-back Erangel. So the exciting part, though, is going to be that, well, the Falcons are going to be sitting this one out, so they won't have the opportunity to avenge themselves. But let's see whether or not we have any of them here. Well, no. We do have Pablo right there. Of course, here we go with Hope, securing themselves the most eliminations. Al-Hajj hitting the damage marker on 900 square. Of course, are going to be taking the most nade finishes. And then we also saw quite an interesting positioning coming through there from Pablo, as well as Dadino coming through with the greatest distance traveled in this last match. So some pretty strong stats being brought to the board, but as we know, we need to see how all of these points then impact our overall standings, where the teams find themselves with regards to those points. But I think also then more importantly as to, you know, what match number 3 is going to be bringing in, because back-to-back Erangel, will we have the opportunity for that consistent flow? Will GEEKAY be able to secure, you know, that winner chicken dinner? Could we maybe see NIGMA looking to contest them? We don't know. It could go either which way. So, of course, waiting on the edge of our seats to see exactly what is going to come through as we take a look at the leaderboard. It is going to be NIGMA sitting with a very comfortable 92 points to their name. Of course, no change with regards to our top 4, aside from additional points being awarded to them. We do see the Falcons also then jumping up 2 slots all the way up into 5th. ONYX Ravens hopping up 4 slots up into 7th, but the biggest one coming through from GEEKAY, securing themselves a glorious 6-slot jump all the way up into that 8th position. I mean, glorious to have that winner chicken dinner just work out so phenomenally for them. Of course, take a look at the second page. We also then have the side there of NASR moving up 1 slot up into 14th, now finding themselves a grand total of 41 points. But no change as we move a little bit further down. Right, KR just swapping places with Triple. So I am a little bit worried when it comes to the side of Esports. Hopefully we could see them maybe look to patch it up a little bit more, because again, right, this is not exactly the Esports that we know. I want to see an insane performance come through, so who knows? Maybe we could have a little bit of that come through in our remaining 3 matches of the day. Of course, 1 more Erangel to go, and then we are going to be heading into back-to-back Miramars to see what the teams will have for us. But yes, moving into game 3, it is going to be the players there from the ARB Champions, CONQUEROR, R8, and Vision joining us back out on the battlefield with IKURD, NASR, ONYX Ravens, and of course Team Falcons that are going to be sitting it out. So quite a lot to look forward to as the teams are going to be just stretching their legs right out on the battlefield yet again. But we've been seeing some pretty consistent flow so far. I mean, GEEKAY having a phenomenal day, sitting on 31 points so far, 21 eliminations. NIGMA also locking in a pretty decent performance, 14 placement points, 14 eliminations. So that is looking pretty healthy for them. Falcons, again, with the consistency. And then, well, the top 5 teams all sitting on double-digit points, right? ONYX Ravens on 22. We got players from Quest also then sitting on a very comfortable 14. But, well, as we know, we've got 1 more map to go on Erangel. So while we wait for that to load in, let's have a quick break.
اهلا وسهلا، جيتكم في مقابله جديده مع اللاعب يوسف. حياك الله يوسف.
الله يحييك.
يا مرحبا فيك. نبيك تعرفنا عن نفسك وتعرفنا عن اعضاء فريقك وانتم من وين.
انا يوسف من فريق جانجستار. زملائي بالفريق كيفن، وحش، جعفر، عبقرينو، عبودي.
من وين؟
احنا من العراق.
اهلا وسهلا بكم. ودي اعرف شلون كانت تجربتكم في الميرامار سي، شلون كانت شعوركم كاول بطوله تلعبونها الان؟
والله بطولة حلوة، كل شيء حلو فيه. ما عانينا بشيء غير السماعات. كسبنا خبرة أكيد من التيمات ومن الفرق، فأكيد احتكاكنا فيهم راح نسوي شيء أفضل بالقادم، وأكيد
عسى الله يوفقكم، واكيد احنا كلنا ثقه فيكم.
بس
نبي نعرف شنو الشيء اللي يعني يمتلكه يوسف ويميزه، ومن ممكن شيء يوصل يوسف للنجاح الكبير.
طموحي،
ممتاز.
شغفي باللعبة، وكل مجال أدخل فيه عندي شغف وطموح إنه أكون بالتوب. أكيد هذا الشيء هو اللي يساعدني.
ورجعنا لك.
Well, that is how we know that we are going to be looking at quite a bit of sweaty action to come through in match number 3, right? As you can see, we are loading in the aggression, right? That is how you know that there is going to be some pretty sweaty players about to find its way on through, as we are going to be sending our way back into our second and final Erangel for the day. Of course, there's going to be a lot to play for here, right? We've been taking a look at a little bit of a breakdown, a little bit of statistics coming through from our respective teams. ARB definitely going to be the highest team holding with regards to potential opportunity to get themselves that winner chicken dinner. Of course, coming through with a grand total of 72 points. We have been seeing the ARB champions definitely trying to, you know, build up a pretty strong momentous play here. With 49 eliminations, that definitely does allow for quite a bit of that wiggle room to come through. Of course, as we know, moving into this next match, the ONYX Ravens, NASR, IKURD, as well as Team Falcons will not have the luxury of, you know, going for a little bit of a flex out on Erangel. But it is what it is. We are going to be having the addition, though, of ARB, R8, Vision, and CONQUEROR. So ARB, definitely out of our 4 returning teams, are going to be having the highest statistics when it comes to this map. Of course, then followed up by the players coming through from R8. But as we know, R8, they've already secured themselves that winner with a chicken dinner, at least one. ARB champions yet to find one. The same, of course, can be said for the players then coming through from the side of Vision as well. So there is going to be a little bit of pressure, right, to see whether or not they are going to be able to secure the performance, secure that positioning, and find themselves all the way up into that late stage. Speaking about late stage, we are going to be starting with the match, right? So if you've got any predictions as to where you think the flight path and zone is going to be going, let me know. Drop them in the chat before we see them being revealed on screen. Of course, if you want to do anything on social media for whichever reason, right, you can always just look over there. That is the tag. Easy to find. But yeah, let's see what our teams are going to be bringing through, as we got the superstar in the chat. What's up? Welcome to the stream, as we are going to be hopping straight down into the action. Things are looking interesting here, as we can see the flight path finding its way on through. We've got the lovely Yasnaya Poliana up ahead. So all these interesting things that you see occurring, right? That only means that it is going to be absolute chaos, mayhem, and sweaty plays. That's what it means, right? Doesn't mean anything else. That's the only thing it means. As we can see the flight path there, heading all the way towards the western side, waiting in anticipation to see what the zone is going to be delivering as well. Alright, so nice dispersion of teams. So let's see where the ARB champions are going to be going. Where will they be looking to push towards? Of course, R8. Oh, we don't exactly see R8 just yet. Oh, there they are. So maybe opting for a bit of Gatka, maybe a bit of a hospital. Who knows? We got the Vision squad. Well, definitely going to be settling for the east. You can see them situated up towards Lipovka. CONQUEROR, Iraq. Where do we have them? Ooh, nice zone. Going to be centering up on School and Rozhok. There we go, Conqueror. Maybe looking to play either into Quarry as we usually see, or maybe a little bit of an extension down into Ferry Pier. Well, we'll find out soon enough. R8 though going to be pushing all the way to the far western side. Again, not too far away from the zone. Very close to center, right? So the zone going to be very, very nice. But, you know, nice zones are also quite upsetting, right? In the sense that teams now have the opportunity to really play out a more strategic play here. They're not having to really worry about getting themselves situated, having to do any major rotations. Now they can focus on strategies, now they can focus on those tactics and really bring in a very impressive performance. As we know, GEEKAY is setting the standard, coming through with 16 eliminations. So will they look to improve that statistic? Or could we maybe see another team look to contest them? Meanwhile, ooh, Rosa coming through with a bit of a tap there on the M16. Unfortunately running out of ammo. That is definitely not the kind of sound that you want to hear when you're trying to essentially uproot a contesting player. But ARB now going to be settling up into Ferry Pier. Good starting point. They do have a bit of opposition in the vicinity. Oh, but here we go. Here we go. Nicely played. Conqueror just finding quite a few warning shots. Doc needs to watch out, because that clock is ticking down. So is their health bar. Not quite sure what ARB is going to be looking to play for here, as we do see Osama and QTEL pushing down to the south. Smoker and Doc now maybe tempting fate a little bit. As you can see, Rio trying to get themselves in line of sight, maybe trying to secure a few more sprays. But yeah, ARB definitely going to be determined to get themselves down onto that Sanhok military island. I mean, it's a good position, seeing that we've got nobody else there. You know, might as well. Right, GK also going to be holding on to Rozok. Again, nothing out of the ordinary. Aside from I mean, so now we just need to see Santa driving that car. Right, then it would be right on the money. Right, because then the name and the look and everything just fits. Right. That's why I call Santa Santa, with the hopes of Santa hopping into a UAZ that looks exactly like the one that we just saw. And meanwhile, there's going to be RTG getting themselves looted up towards the southern edge. Ferry Pier is what they now have been taken possession of. We got the place here from R8 all the way in towards the lovely South George. It does seem like the container yard is relatively vacant aside from Prestige. That's holding on to the edge there. If you're wondering why things are looking the way they are, right, that is only purely because we are loading in some pretty crazy action, right? It's like the game just knows what is about to come through. So you got the gangsters also now taking their play from Primorsk. Opting for an interesting spread. It does seem like everybody is going to be going all the way up to Jafar. Playing a little bit of pickup. Brute Force in the meanwhile will be smiling up in Savoni. No one around them. They have essentially full control of this northern portion. Right, all the way from Yasnaya Poliana up to where they are. They are the only team. So yes, Falcons, NASR, IKURD, and ONYX Ravens are going to be the teams having a bit of a break, having a bit of a rest, right? Yeah, you know it's going to pop off That's my excuse, right? That is my excuse, my explanation as to why we see what we see. But let's see now whether or not conquer Iraq are going to be able to play the upset here. Conquer Iraq going to be sitting in the lower quarter, holding on to that 16th position. Even though they do have a winner-winner chicken dinner, they've been able to secure themselves at least 26 eliminations, 27 placement points. But if you compare that to the performance that we've seen come through from a team like NIGMA or GEEKAY, who are finding themselves all the way at the top, they've got more than double that. So GEEKAY and NIGMA, both teams sitting with 67 and 62 eliminations respectively. The closest that we have to those insane counts is of course going to be, well, then the players coming through from the ONYX Ravens, who find themselves on 57 eliminations. And the runner up to that is going to be 54 coming through for NASR, but neither of these teams are out on the battlefield. So, yeah. I mean, there is a bit of an opportunity now to try and lock in great play. W7 also could be one of those teams looking to up the ante. I mean, they've been showing pretty good proficiency with regards to eliminations. Placement points, on the other hand, they could definitely do with quite a few more on that front. Still sitting on the double digits, right? Maybe going to be opting to now climb all the way into those double digits. ARB champions, though, all the way down south. The highest performing team here without a winner-winner chicken dinner, situated in 7th. With 72 total points, 49 of which has come through from the eliminations. Next X now just scanning the horizon, trying to see if they can maybe find a bit of a play. GEEKAY, NIGMA, that is going to be the vote. Both teams sitting on a 14% success rate. Two winner-winner chicken dinners, right, coming out of 11 Erangels that they've played so far. Hey, crazy, kicks us off. Beautiful quick spray coming through there. That is the first blood that we just saw. First elimination being secured. Coops this time having a few reinforcements. Right, fortunately, we are not close to ruins. But instead, we are right here on Potato Hill. Triple occupying the eastern side. I mean, looking at the messages we saw come through from Twisted, their performance at this exact point, right, moving into match number 3 right here. Last week, they were sitting on 66 points with a winner-winner chicken dinner. This week, they are sitting on 59 points. See them at the top of the screen there as well. So, only a 7-point difference, right? That's it. And, of course, no winner-winner chicken dinner yet. But I would say it's still a very, very consistent performance. Right, currently they are sitting, as we can see, in that 11th place. Last week they were sitting in 8th, so only 3 slots. So again, not a vast contrast coming through there. Of course, something that is easily rectified. Unfortunately, they do find themselves now up in towards Rozhok. In the meanwhile, it's going to be the Gangsters rolling up from the south. They got RTG just up ahead. So not in the clear quite just yet, but especially with a more eastern rotation pathway, this could allow them quite a bit of flexibility as the eastern side is quite vacant. We only have Tapok from Vision situated over on towards the edge there. Brute Force now going to be making their push come through from the north, as we can see them there. Just rotating away from that Yasnaya Polyana position. Ooh, what a beautiful zone shift. Is going to be playing quite in favor of Slime Machine. I mean, GEEKAY already also secured there. But again, not the easiest compound to defend. As we know, there's quite a bit of open field. Especially looking at next X. They could look to play a little bit of an advantage down the hill. Mr. Mustache joining us in the chat as well as we look on to NIGMA. Raouf! Hey, getting ready for a bit of a play, but the rest of the squad are going to be focusing efforts down onto Bandar. Oh, Bandar with a beautiful hit. Oh, down goes Bandar though. But beautiful nonetheless. They found Coops. The rest of Triple is going to be looking to keep a little bit more of a distant positioning. Instead, playing towards that southern edge. Yeah, Superstar, it is quite close indeed. Looking at that consistent play come through from Twisted. But now let's see what KR are going to be looking to bring to the table. Currently finding themselves all the way in 19th position. R8 on the other hand, all the way up in second. So 84 points up against 17. Right, so if you take the total points for KR, you times it by twice. That is the amount of placement points that R8 have at this stage. Meanwhile, it's going to be ARB champions holding on to 22 points, a little bit further down the board. Last week at this point, they were sitting with 56 points all the way up in 10th place. So a stark contrast coming through on that one. West looking pretty confident here, holding nice and steady. Ooh, but the sprays are coming through. As you can see, KR feeding a little bit of that upset. R8 now going to be showing why they are sat in the position they find themselves in with regards to those points. Quest now trying to find a bit of an opportunity onto the ARB champions. Quest already with 2 winner chicken dinners coming through here. Fidan now going to be playing a little bit of information gathering position, relaying all the info. Oh, easy, trying to rush on forward with that buggy. Oh, but up comes Alahaj, finds the spray on top. Down they go. QTEL now could maybe still play major upset here as we got Kante and Easy now on the defensive. Looking to turn the defensive into more of an offensive position. QTEL only playing defense at this point. There's no chance for them to rush. They also are tanking a little bit of that damage come through from the blue. You can see Next X also now getting tested as we do have Twisted knocking on their door. That happening all the way up in towards the northwestern side. Sansa also could maybe sneak their way on through as we can see them just off in the distance. But in the meanwhile, ARB, QTEL, oh, well, you gotta risk it though. Valiant effort, unfortunately, it's not gonna turn out all too great for them. Meanwhile, Quest, sure, 3 elims up. But, you know, too much of that blue juice is not gonna be all that healthy. Meanwhile, Jafar now looking to hold as they are waiting for Walsh to bring in the fortification. Kevin right here alongside them, so still gangsters with a full squad. Oh, nice spray. Hey, buddy, finds Shaker. Jafar up top. Gotta watch out for J9 though. Beautiful sound of the DBS doing its thing. So beautiful that J9 can't resist. Right, down they go. The confirmation is in as well. Shaco on their knees. Oh, again, the shot continuing to rain on through. Down goes Crazy, and this could be quite a bit of a troubling play now for Conqueror. But fortunately for them, Tiger up north. Quite some distance away. Not making it all that easy comes through here for the side of the gangsters. You see the rest of the lobby just popping off as their hits continue to rain on down. Buddy coming through for the gangsters and the open. have to push up the zone. Meanwhile, Slime, Machine, and NIGMA. Hey, hey, hey. Sly trying to constrict their position. Oh, but 13 just lighting it up. Down goes the final hit as Coop rips it up. And that is Coops with a slam dunk. But it might be short-lived, as we do see Ragnarok coming in to inspect the whole situation here. Oh, up comes Ida. This is exactly what R8 now needs to stop the side here of NIGMA in their tracks. This is R8 and NIGMA now fighting for that top position on the leaderboard. R8, of course, trailing behind by 10 points. They could definitely look to play the upset here. Well, down goes NIGMA, and that is exactly what could be on the cards. Now, Brute Force! Oh, my goodness. Just getting absolutely run down as the Gangsters find a great and golden opportunity, just pushing straight on through. But fortunately, the rest of Brute Force much further away. They do, however, still have Volt and Vision, right? The rest of the Vision crew holding here as the zone does shift over towards the west. West so far, not having a bad run for the day. But they do have a solo, so that is going to be a pretty tough play. And meanwhile, the same can be said for Conqueror Iraq. Oh, little bit of a drift, don't mind you me, as Vision comes strafing through with a vehicle right onto the side of Brute Force. Is up to Prepod. Oh, one down, come on. Woo, Brute Force, Prepod clutching it out, taking down the full rush, the full send. Coming through from Vision. Oh, but it's short-lived. Oh, such an unfortunate play, but well done though to the Brute Force squad. The Broody Fruities. Gangsters playing upset. Sneaking in. Third party, and that is it. I mean, 6 eliminations strong. Can't really falter any of that. GEEKAY, RTG, Triple W7, all yet to find themselves a few points. Tiger now might have to get themselves a little bit more accustomed to playing hide and seek. As you can see, Triple starting to lurk. Ka-chang, ka-chang, indeed. And this was such a beautiful defensive angle coming through here. 3-pot, 1, 2. Oh, fortunately, still having enough ammunition, right, to defend. And then we just had to see that upset come through from R8. But still, you know, a really, really good job. Now, Conqueror trying to make their play. Yeah, no. Tiger getting striped out as they run out of options. Conqueror Iraq having to settle for 9th with only 2 eliminations. RTG taking a very wide rotation, venturing all the way down south. Kalaga has been found, but let's see what Triple now is going to be doing. Both teams very exposed, but damn, a little bit more exposed. Oh, Ahmad. Oh, yes. There we go. Triple ending the run for RTG. Unfortunately for RTG, nothing but placement points. We do see a little bit of pickup now being played here. I didn't even know that you can pick up your teammate, get in the car, and then they sit on the roof. That's nice. Well, can enjoy that one. Meanwhile, Triple now trying to get Dam back in the fight. It's going to be a result. Trying to fend off the advances coming through from R8. But as we've seen, yeah, R8, they just love playing upset. And that is a very abrupt end coming through to a big majority of Triple. Of course, not out of the woods, right? R8 gotta watch out, not get too overconfident at this point. We are still left with 7 teams, 22 players alive, 4 squads. Sitting on a full squad. Well, sitting on 4 squads on full squads. There we go. GK now just getting that knock. Oh, up comes next X though. Nice play from Strizos. Finds Ragnar. Oh, could maybe find Gaith and Santa. We still got to watch out for Hope. The full send now from Next. So they're going to be looking to capitalize. The opportunity is there. Santa now with a nade at the ready. Oh, beautiful push from Next. Hey, there we go. Next following through now, up to 8 eliminations. Holy cheese, what is going on next? Well, that's probably why, right? Because the vehicle is, is doing its thing. But what a performance so far from Next X. I mean, I've been saying for a long time that we rather have to see Next X now look to step it up. 8 elim strong? I mean, that is a step up, right? That is indeed a step up. Oh, Jafar, yeah, you gotta watch out. Up comes the Gangsters onto W7. M2 for 9. Kevin experiences that firsthand. Hey. GEEKAY though with a beautiful UMP spray. Trying to find the last few hits, not just securing those eliminations. Hey, buddy. Come on, can still clutch it out. It's a 1v1. The fight for, well, essentially pretty much center zone. Oh, both players doing exactly the same thing. Hey, buddy, now getting lit on fire as they lock in the final hit. And there we go. GEEKAY holding up a very formidable defensive play. But unfortunately, it will not suffice. They will have to go and settle for something else, right? But beautiful nonetheless. Gotta commend A-Buddy as well. That was a very, very sweaty play. I'm pretty sure the adrenaline is through the roof. Now, R8 looking to find the opportunity on towards the side here of Next X. The contention for the western side continues as now WAF gets found. R8 though sitting on 8 eliminations. Next also on 8. So it's a fight to see who can secure the GR in front of their name to add to that 8. Fair trade on either side. Ida down, Ragnarok. Ooh, could play the upset with that nade. Yep, there we go. Now WAF is down. Next now reduced down to 2. It's Dexter and Mexico. But now Dexter getting confirmed. Puts all the pressure on the shoulders here for Mexico. And of course, it is going to be the rest of the lobby focusing their efforts in. Aside from A-Buddy, as R8 now full sends it. Mexico tries to defend. A big helping hand coming through here from Emad, but that is not enough though. As unfortunately, Next has to settle for 4th place. See, I told you before that we are loading up a pretty sweaty performance, and that is exactly what we're having here. Down to a final 3. It is going to be R8, Gangsters, and Triple. But it is a whole bunch of solos up against R8. So there is a very high probability that this could be that R8 winner chicken dinner. Imad, yeah, about to get found and flushed. Let's see. The spray comes through, and that is it. Done and dusted. Hey, buddy, with a beautiful reach up into Ragnarok. But you gotta watch out that a health bar is not where it's supposed to be. Especially not if you're gonna be looking to contest the full send coming through from R8. Up comes the Escaton Prestige. They know that they could very well have this one in the bag. Hey, buddy, now trying to make themselves a bit scarce. As the push comes through, trying to fend off the advance. Ooh, good play with that molly on the corner. But is it going to be enough for the jump shots? Oh, Escaton. Getting ready, looking for the reach. Already finding some great success. But 2-on-1. Yep, there we go. R8 securing themselves the victory. The winner chicken dinner. Phenomenal play on their end. That, of course, now being the second chicken in the bag for R8. right here on the map of the lovely, lovely Erangel. So what a performance so far. I mean, phenomenal stuff that we've seen. These teams really looking to double down. And of course, R8 running away with a glorious amount of eliminations, securing themselves 13. But you got to commend A Buddy for trying, right? That was a really good attempt coming through from the side of Gangsters. As we also saw then, Triple, right? Trying to hold nice and steady, but unfortunately it wasn't exactly in the cards. Still managing a third place finish. I mean, it's good, right? That is good. That we want to see that step up come through. So good improvement coming through there for the Gangsters, for Triple. NEXX also surprising us with an absolutely runaway performance. 8 eliminations. Right, and they also got the entire squad wipe, which we saw as well. I hope sincerely that that is going to be in the replays, because boy, that was hella exciting to see. But of course, as we know, we need to take a look at those match rankings to see exactly how many all our players will be able to secure. You're looking cool. Why, thanks. It is winter, so, you know, that checks out. Thank you so much for that one. Let's see, though, what those points are going to be looking like. And, of course, we need to see how all of this impacts our overall standings, where the teams find themselves, whether or not we are having any major upsets, any major movements come through with regards to the positions of those leaderboards. As we know, right, the teams are playing for their slots in this phase, right? The team who finds the top position walks away with those 20 bonus points, which, of course, lends quite a bit of a helping hand moving up into the finals. As we know, bonus points, that is how much the teams are going to be starting the finals with. Speaking of points, though, it is time for us to take a look at those rankings. 23 glorious points going over to the side there of R8 with 13 eliminations. 9, though, going to the side of the Gangsters. And, of course, if we look down on the second page, Twisted Minds and KR, unfortunately, having to take a stop at our donut shop. Man, oh man, oh man. GEEKAY has gone conscious. Yeah, I mean, you got to be conscious at some point, right? I mean, otherwise I just got an autopilot, and that's not necessarily too ideal. I mean, what you want to talk about ideal? This was an ideal spray from Prepod. But then the upset was played, and Prepod had to end it right then and there. Imad also with a good strategy coming on that edge, but I mean, R8, they were just so relentless. Who knows? Who knows? But I think the most impressive play that we saw in this match was definitely coming through from the side of NEXX. I mean, Dika tried really hard to defend. Kante with a good reaction on that push. But hey, buddy, you know, once you lit on fire, there's only so much you can do, right? Unfortunately, we don't have any firefighters to assist. But the jump shots were there, and that was at the end of the road. The damage counters, though, going through to the side of R8, looking pretty impressive. 13 eliminations getting found out of 2200 damage. But it does seem like the highest conversion rate, well, is going to go to R8 as well. I mean, the Gangsters come pretty close with 9 eliminations out of 1713. Of course, well, R8 with a runaway play here. Escaton taking the most eliminations, 2 of which has been those utilities. Ida with the most damage. Prestige with the longest hit. And then we got Kevin. Well done to Kevin with a 12.8 kilometer distance traveled in this last match. I mean, absolutely beautiful stuff. Yes, the ka-chang sound coming through from DBS. That's not exactly the sound, but sure, we'll take it. I mean, but it's also the sound of ka-chang, just capitalizing on those eliminations, right? I definitely think that's the sound that NEXX were making. You know, big ka-chang, because, you know, it just worked. It just worked. The Gangsters also pretty much confident on that one. Kupstev is the best player in the Arabia region, says Damar. All right. How do you spell DBS? How do I spell it? Easy. DBS. Or if you want to take the longer route, don't be silly. Right? That's how you spell it. How I spell the sound, shotgun sound. Right? It makes a very distinctive DBS sound. Right? That sound, you know when you hear it. That's the sound it makes. But of course, now speaking about sounds and DBSs, right? Let's see how all of this then impacts our overall standings for this phase. It is going to be R8 finding themselves in a very comfortable position there. 107, moving just 1 ahead of NIGMA. Galaxy Quest also moving up 1. RTG moving up 1. And then, of course, the players there from Gangsters bringing the biggest shift. 5 positions up into 7th. So that means that they started much, much further down the board, right? All the way towards that 12th place. And of course, 12th place is now occupied by Twisted Minds. CONQUEROR Iraq also taking a bit of a move here, moving up into 14th position, which is good, which is healthy. We like to see that. And then also we have PMPL moving up into 18th, right? All the way from 20th up into 18th. Gotta love it though. Glorious run there for PMPL. But as we know, that's only the phase points. Let's see what else do we have. Cheng. I mean, sure. You could take it like that as well. Thank you so much for your compliment there, Damar. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. All right, I'm not quite sure what AW means, but sure, we'll take it. I mean, it's something, right? Either which way, as we know, we are going to be prepping for our very first Miramar of the day to see who's going to be stepping up, who's going to be taking a bit of a break. As we know, for the first game, it is going to be Brute Force, KR, NIGMA, as well as Twisted that are not going to be in this first match, right? They'll be joining in the last match, but this is also the very last match coming through for the players in Group A, right? That is the GANGSTERS, GEEKAY, NEXT, and Quest. That's it, right? This match is it. Once they are done with this one, that is the end of the road, at least for today. Now, to give you a bit of an idea as to what we could be expecting to see come through here, we are going to be looking at our top performers. It is going to be R8 sitting with the 74 eliminations in total. Now, if you divide that by the 12 matches that they've played, it puts them on an average of 6.17 eliminations. And, of course, also then an average of 1,475, right? So a pretty sweaty play on their end. The closest that we have to that is going to be Team Falcons, sat in third, also then on 103 points, exactly the same as NIGMA, but NIGMA, they're not going to be playing this match. So, go Falcons. Let's see if they're going to be able to get the job done here. But some pretty impressive stats getting brought in across the board. I mean, our top 4 teams essentially sitting on 100 points, being secured on Miramar, GEEKAY just being 1 point shy of that, sitting on a lovely 99. So let's see whether or not GEEKAY will be getting themselves a bit of a GG and maybe a WWCD, right? Who knows? Only time will tell. Let's see what else we have here. They do have the fragging potential, but the zone, they have to focus on position points. Yeah, I mean, that could be a bit of an opportunity. That could definitely be a bit of an opportunity here. I mean, especially looking at Twisted, their performance with regards to Miramar as well. They are the only team, or the highest position team, that doesn't have a winner chicken dinner, right? So they do find themselves within like 12th place, so 59 points, the same as W7. Difference being is that W7, they have the luxury of a winner chicken dinner. Twisted, nothing just yet. Another vast difference that we see is that W7 have 28 placement points, where Twisted only have 8. But what counts in Twisted's favor is the fact that they've got 51 eliminations against the 31 coming through from W7. Right, so there's a nice bit of a contrast coming through on that one. So let's see whether or not Game 5 rather, will have or hold a good opportunity for Twisted to bring in that much needed improvement, at least with regards to placement points. I mean, they don't need any help when it comes to eliminations. And I think that's kind of the only thing on Miramar that Twisted needs to fine-tune. It's just being able to get themselves up into those later stages, right? Getting well within those placement points. If that's the only adjustment that they make on Miramar, Twisted Minds are going to have, well, an insane run. So curious to see if that is going to be the case. But of course, we'll have to wait for match number 5 to see that happen. In game number 4, GEEKAY probably going to be looking to guard with a bit of a bang. Maybe opting to push for that 100 count, right? As I mentioned, 1 point away, and also only trailing by 4 points. Falcons sitting on 103, NIGMA sitting on 103. So there's a lot to play for here. But I don't think they're going to be able to catch up to R8. Who knows, right? R8, of course, could be playing this match and the following one. So there is that opportunity for R8 now really to just, you know, bam, secure themselves on the leaderboard, right? Set up their chair, set up everything, and ensure that they are going to be staying right then and there. And no one is going to be able to move them from that position. Of course, that's not going to be easy. It will take quite a bit of defense, quite a bit of aggression as well. But let's find out, right, as we are going to be venturing in. Hey, here we go. Flight path, though, is going to be starting on the eastern side. As you can see, Junkyard, Al-Azhar, and of course the lovely Impala. But a close to horizontal flight path coming through here. As you can see, just a slight little bit of an angle as we lean across the way towards La Driera. Let's see how this one is going to go. According to me, who is the best PUBG player in the world? Me. I am the best. Have you seen me play PUBG? The answer is going to be no. You've never seen me play PUBG. That is because I'm that good. No, I'm horrible. I'm horrible when it comes to playing PUBG. Don't believe anything I say. I mean, that is a really, really tough one, right? Like, to answer that question, you need to be a lot more specific, right? Because there are many factors that play into that. You know, it can be anything, right? So, yeah, that's not an easy question to answer. But alright, what we can answer though is where the players are going to be dropping. As you can see, everyone now making their way on down. But now we wait to see the zone, and there it is. All the way up north. Hey, hey. I think, come on, I just want to see one Oasis finish. That's it. I've never seen it in competitive. I want to see it at least once. So who knows? Nova Order, I mean, yeah, they're a pretty good player. But again, it depends on what you're basing your criteria, right, to determine what the best means. Because unfortunately, in a game like this, there are many factors. You know, it can be strafing like that, you know, between Shaco and Bandar. Bandar being the one that is a little bit quick on the trigger. So that's what we got on that one. You want a DBS in real life. So if someone asked the kind of question, I mean, see, the problem with a double barrel is you got to watch out because there's two triggers, and they are right next to each other. And if you pull both, good luck, because you are gonna go sit on your butt. Right, that thing will just uproot you, like you've seen some of the players whip someone out of a vehicle. Yeah, you're gonna feel exactly like that when you pull both those triggers. But yeah, AKMs are fun. M4s are fun. M24s are fun. S12K, not that much fun. The 686, the S686, and the 1987. What's that weapon called? Side by side one. Those two other shotties. They're actually quite nice. They make a very pleasant sound. But yes, I have fired quite a few of the weapons in PUBG in real life. Because why not? Yeah, you just gotta watch out for something like a DBS. That thing, it's nasty. That thing will bite you like you will not recover from. You're gonna pull it once and that's it. Done and dusted. Yeah, I mean, Nova Order definitely being insane when it comes to CQC, right? Close quarter combat. I mean, that is a whole different beast, right? Something I prefer to sit on the sidelines for. I'd rather just sit and look at CQC instead of being involved in CQC. But that's why I'm sitting here doing commentary and not down out on the battlefield, running around, making myself look like a noob. Like the noob I am. But let's see now as NASR come rolling on through. They are pushing from the western side of zone. A very interesting spot to be in. I mean, GEEKAY also now going to be venturing up. Maybe looking to pull up in towards Hacienda del Patron. Maybe even a little bit of a position. You know, this compound's just to the south of water treatment up on the hill. I think that's maybe where they're going to be going. Or they are going to be pulling up into that intersection just up ahead of them as well. Alright, let's see what our teams will be doing. IKURD up in Chumacera. Hey, speaking of the AKM, there it is. Olahaje finds a little bit of that AKM spray down onto J9. There we go. Nice little bit of follow through there as well. Do I watch football? No. I watch PUBG. A lot of PUBG. Yeah, most of the time that the matches are happening, I'm here watching this, right? Busy with PUBG. This is the closest I get to football. I know some of the participating teams, but that is pretty much the extent of it, right? So I don't really follow major leagues or anything like that. This is the league I follow, the PUBG Mobile Pro League. Ooh, nice bit of spray coming through here from GEEKAY onto R8. Surprisingly quiet start to this match, right? Sure, we've lost 2 players, both of which has come through from the side there of CONQUEROR Iraq, and we did see Quest and Triple taking each of those. But aside from that, not much else has happened. I mean, sure, CONQUEROR, they do find themselves up on towards Cruz del Valle in a little bit of a troubling situation. As you can see, the Falcons, well, they were also pretty close to them, and we do have the side of Quest just south of that. Let's see if any of that can be converted into something else. As GEEKAY now just looks to assert their position up in center zone. I do have NASR W7 held towards the northwest rather. Falcons over towards the northeast. R8 coming through from that southern edge. ONYX Ravens and the GANGSTERS all the way towards the west, out in the blue, up in Pozo. Not quite sure why they are spending so much time out in the blue zone. Because, you know, Miramar is not kind once it gets into those later stages. And of course, as the zone shifts further and further away, it becomes more and more challenging to get yourself secured. IKURD Triple Slime Machine also now going to be pulling up from that southern edge. Very interesting to look at these delayed rotations. Unfortunately, towards the south, I mean, they don't have to stress all that much, right? Sly can just slide up into that lovely Graveyard Minas Generales position. Maybe even opting for a little bit of that Junkyard positioning as well. Silence before the storm, indeed. That is what we're listening to. As Santa now looks to pull up. Ooh, Falcons going to be taking a lot of the votes here. Falcons, RTG, and R8. Those are the teams predicted to take the winner chicken dinner. I mean, I would go with the R8 one because statistically they have the highest odds. They have been proven to be the most aggressive team on this map so far, leading with at least 13 eliminations ahead of Team Falcons, who are sitting on 61. Let's see as the Falcons start to encroach towards center zone. I do have Quest just up ahead as well. Seeing that you guys are discussing players in the chat, who do you think is going to be clutching this match? Right, do you agree with what we saw with the Falcons, R8? Do you agree with those predictions? Or do you think it could maybe be someone else to lock it in? Faced with a nice quiet position here. Alhaji could get flashed. Ooh, Kante, nice angle. But unfortunately, it just does enough to at least halt the initial push coming through from the Falcons. But of course, a little bit of utility can reach across the way. Oh, and that is exactly what happens as Al-Hajj will get their ticket punched. Alright, so Falcons still going to be pushing up. Not going to be backing off just yet. But it doesn't seem like they are too over-eager to get the jumpers. Instead, they disengage, look to head a little bit further west. We got triple IKURD, ONYX, and the Gangsters still playing very much edge of this position. But here we go, as the zone is getting ready to pop. Hey, there we have it. Rolling into the intersection. Now that is going to be quite a position to play from. We got GEEKAY already secured well within the compounds. Let's see what A-Buddy and the Gangsters can do from that far southwestern side. Looking for a bit of an opportunity onto Saad. I like A-Buddy trying to lead that hit, but as you can hear, some of the shots just nipping at their heels, the dust flying in their eyes. R8 also still going to be looking for a decent position to rotate in towards Slime Machine, though it could be adding to the challenge. But again, R8 not exactly in line of sight of the Slime Machine. Instead, Slime Machine doing their due diligence, trying to ensure that no one can get the jump in on them. Fortunately for them, the whole entire rather southern south, yes, that makes perfect sense. The southern side, there we go. Let me English properly. Is quite open, so there's no one going to come pushing through from that side. Meanwhile, there's going to be Next X and the Gangsters. Oh, Next X now trying to just get themselves out of this pressure play. Mexico feeling a lot of the heat. Oh, the vehicle going pop. Yep, that is not what Mexico wants, but A-Buddy is going to be rushing straight on forward. There we go. It is the end of the road. The Next now down to a two-piece. Very unfortunate play, but you know, it's going to happen at some point now. The ONYX Ravens and IKURD. Oh, having a bit of a back and forth. Triple also looking to get their share of the action. As we got Mud just a little bit further up north. Not quite sure how the ONYX Ravens are going to be looking to rotate out of this one, because Vision are waiting just on the other side of the hill, but Golden with a great opportunity. Oh, you gotta watch out. Oh, up the blade. Down goes Saad, but Golden will fall as well. Aram now trying to carry the name to glory, but unfortunately things not turning out all too great for them. Alright, so we still have all 16 teams in contention. All 16 teams being represented here. But as we know, that zone is going to pop as well. Ooh, Mud. Yeah, that's not the sound you want to hear. Especially not when you are put in such an exposed position. Fortunately, right, the only players behind Mud is, of course, their own teammates. So they're not going to be stressing all too much just yet. Let's see where this will take them, whether or not Triple are going to be able to reclaim a little bit of that territory, especially now rotating all the way up towards the north. Meanwhile, the Gangsters still holding on towards the west. It is going to be GEEKAY looking to get themselves situated. Oh, what's up, Mac? Alright, now W7 trying to Ooh, trying to defend. Good angle though. Beautiful nade onto Spec. There we go. Yakuza gets it with the Groza. But now Xenox not too happy about that. Here we go. Let's see who's going to send it. Hey, so far W7 holding nice and steady. Ooh, but J7 with quite a bit of a reach though coming through. Does push Yakuza down to the ground floor. Out they come. Looking to go toe-to-toe. Oh, but the spray is there. Now it's down to Clever. Hey, nicely done. W7 really looking confident here. Meanwhile, it is going to be the Gangsters and GEEKAY getting into a little bit of an altercation. Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful from Jafar. Santa trying to lock it down with Ragnar. But again, GEEKAY having a bit of a tough time. Let's see, will A-Buddy go 2 for 2? The nade is there. Oh, it's on the money. Jafar and A-Buddy locking it in. Well done. Now, the only one left to work through is going to be Ragnar. Nicely played. I mean, very effortless action coming through from the side there of Gangsters. Ending the run for the side of GEEKAY. That, of course, now was the end of the road for GEEKAY for today. So essentially, they closed up their performance with 32 points. Give or take a few. Let's get on now, just waiting patiently to see if they can find Saif. Oh, but Saif instead finds RTG. Up comes Slime Machine as well. The pressure is on. Summer down on their knees. ARB. Very, very spread. We got Talk now just retreating back to safety. Meanwhile, Smoker, QTEL holding on to the lower ground, looking to see if they can maybe reach up onto the side there of Slime Machine. Want to avenge their teammate. Ooh, but down goes Next X, having to settle for 14th. So the tension now continuing to build here. ONYX Ravens looking for a bit of an opportunity down onto the Vision side. Got a Ram there for IKURD as well. Also still just holding on, but up comes the sand. Oh, Saad getting hit off the side as Saif comes strafing through, but down goes Saif. Sanhok now. Gonna be looking to close it out. Oh, nice. ONYX down to, well, down to Saleh. That's it. Almost no health to make much use of here. But it doesn't seem like that is going to deter Saleh from pushing forward, as we do say goodbye to yet another team. Of course, now Slime Machine getting sent out with 5 elims to their name. Oh, come on, Saleh. Will they be able to clutch it out? Up comes the push. Vision full, sending it in. Oh, no. Saleh goes down, but what a strong attempt that was from the ONYX Ravens. Down to our final 10 we go. Four teams going to be ending their run for the day. So Next X alongside GEEKAY already done. Now it still lies in the hands of the side of Quest. And then of course the Gangsters. Gangsters already setting up on those 7 eliminations. Quest only on 1. It does seem like the Gangsters are going to be trying to close off their last match of the day with quite a bit of a strong performance. Ooh, up comes the push though. ARB finds the jump in on the lovely Vision squad. This Vision will now have to settle for 10th at least, managing those 4 eliminations. It's not the worst day at the office. No, meanwhile, it is going to be Conqueror, or Quest rather, and Triple up north. This is that last effort here for Quest. The last match of the day for them to see if they can secure all the points they need. IKURD could close up in 9th. At least managing that 1 elimination. But here we go. The zone is going to be constricting in on itself. Applying that pressure. Ooh, Falcons losing a player. This is where it starts to become a little bit worrying. Triple trying to push through, Quest trying to defend, but both teams still have to make their way to the zone. You can hear Falcons, ARB, and the Gangsters all the way down south. You can hear the shots in the background, but now Mud, Triple trying to lock it down. They still have a full squad to capitalize, and they do find the hit up onto Easy. Kante Fidan now. Coming in with a good off-angle position, but down goes Kante Fidan now having all the pressure on their shoulders, trying to defend the DBS, the flames, everything you can imagine are getting sent right to them. Somehow Fidan manages to survive, gets a mud on the reload. Oh, what a play that was from Fidan though. Triple, you gotta commend them. Just holding their own, being absolutely relentless, managing to secure that finish, those elims. And with that, we are down to only 6 remaining teams. ARB going out in 7th, Quest going out in 8th. Let's see whether or not the Gangsters could claim this one though. They have the numbers, they have the position. All they gotta do now is find that flow, just lock it in, and that could be it. Meanwhile, we look over towards the eastern side where we find Prestige from R8. Again, we do see Tiger here from Conqueror Iraq, trying to bot out a few of the players. But will we see triple four for that? Are they going to send it in? Instead, it looks like they are going to be playing for a little bit more of a positional game here. Triple already up to 5 elims. Rubbing shoulders there with the side of Gangsters and Falcons. But appreciate the effort being brought through here by our top grosses here with regards to aggression. Triple still looking pretty strong. Gangsters looking pretty confident looking at their spread. W7 sitting on 4. Not a bad run for them. Right, the zone is going to be closing in. So we'll see where is going to be forcing these players. Prestige now getting absolutely bombarded by the Falcons. You can see all the utility just raining down in their direction. But Tiger could play the upset here. Zone going to be shifting to the roadside. So again, no one really having the advantage. Gangsters having all the confidence they need. Ooh, let's see. Damar. The cheeky reposition. Hey, there we go. Pablo finds Prestige. It's a good bit of pressure coming through here from the Falcons. But now it's up to Tiger to see just how far they can carry the Conqueror name. Are they going to attempt to jump down onto the Falcons? You do see Bandar just up ahead. Could be quite a bit of an opportunity. Yeah, Dadino was playing indeed, but unfortunately Dadino is not here with us right now. Push is there though, Damar. Ooh, come on. Oh, nice play by Tiger. Finds one. One small step. Oh, but unfortunately, one small step is all Tiger will get. They will get stopped in their tracks. Now, the pressure continues. 4 teams, 2 duos. One for the Falcons, one for W7. Triple and Gangsters looking pretty confident at this point. From what we've seen in the past, right? The team having strong numbers moving into these final few phases have the highest probability of securing a very successful run. With that, Hero does get taken on down. It now turns to a lead for the side of W7. Finds a bit of an angle. But are they going to be able to do much from that position down by the roadside? Again, not the safest spot to be in, especially not with Gangsters and Triple on either side of that. But here we go. Walsh keeping it nice and quiet. Already 9 eliminations up for the side here of the Gangsters. Looking to be a pretty good run so far. Triple also showing a lot of confidence. But now it's going to come down to Pablo and Never Alone there for Falcons pushing through from that southern side. No one has yet been able to find Waleed. Hey, down goes Never Alone. And Mud now full sending it up. Could this be the blade to end it for Pablo? Oh, beautiful nade. Beautiful nade. Up comes the rest of Triple. Now going to be looking to contest this position. Oh, there we have it. Pablo is down. Triple locks it in. Falcons getting sent away with 9 eliminations to their name. Beautiful run, but again, just falling short of getting themselves that winner chicken dinner. Waleed, beautiful angle onto Walsh, but Jafar from afar looks to lock it in, and down goes W7, having to settle for 3rd place finish. But it's not over yet. Gangsters now going to be looking to extend their reach. Already holding on to that 2-2 split, even though they have the knock on their side. That is not going to deter them from looking to just dial up the aggression. Triple out of these 2 teams being the one that has not yet had as much success. Oh, but now it's going to be the Gangsters looking to lock it down. Already a glorious run for Triple. 8 eliminations to their name. But again, as we hit that 9th stage, right, Triple find themselves at a slight bit of a disadvantage. They are on the edge of zone. Blue zone is only going to move forward from this point. Kevin, Jafar, a buddy with a setup. Keeping Walsh on the opposite end is a bit of that overwatch, but Walsh will have to move as the blue is not going to allow for that position to be held for much, much longer. Now is going to be playtime. Up comes Emad looking to bridge, but instead they get pushed on back. Result cooking the nade. Oh, Bandar goes down. It's now down to Dam. Dam doesn't have a lot of health, and down they go. It's going to be the end. Gangsters securing themselves the victory. A glorious finish. Their 2nd winner with a chicken dinner on the map of Miramar. What a play indeed. 53 eliminations in total so far. Of course, 14 for this match. What a glorious run that has been so far. Gangsters feeling very, very proud of how they were able to maintain that consistency. So what a run indeed it has been for them. Well freaking done. But of course, you got to commend the side of Triple for really upping the ante, really doubling down, walking away with those 8 eliminations. As you can see, some very impressed Arabic casters there as well. You know, Yusuf just coming through with a clap. You got to appreciate that, because I think it was about time to see that kind of performance come through from the side of Triple. That also does push them up with regards to their overall performance on the map, putting them quite squarely on 50 points, 30 of which has come through from those eliminations as well. So definitely showing a lot of capability here, but of course, well, we'll still be able to see whether or not they can continue with that trend moving forward into our final match of the day. As we know, for Group A, this was the end of the road, right? Gangsters, GK, NEXT, and Quest concluding the games. That was match number 4 done and dusted. And of course, moving into match number 5, that is going to be the last match of the day. But we are going to be having Brute Force KR, NIGMA, as well as Twisted Minds joining us back out on the battlefield. But, well, before we get into that, we need to see what the match rankings are, how many points our respective teams were able to secure in this run, and of course, well, then we need to see what kind of an impact that brings to our overall standings, right? Where the teams find themselves with regards to this phase, and whether or not we've seen any major upsets, because based on the performances we've had so far, these teams are trying exceptionally hard to play for as many upsets as they can. Of course, now Gangsters going to be walking away with a glorious 24 points, 14 of which has come through as a result of those insane eliminations. That also then resulted in them moving up, right? Not only for the phase, but in general, right? Just the big standings. Well, the big standings, they've now resulted in a lovely 4-slot jump up the board. Was Triple also then with those 14 points. Falcons with 13, going to be really, really happy for them. And of course, as we take a look moving down, it is going to be Road to Glory, NEXT and GEEKAY not having any points to speak of. So that's a little bit unfortunate, especially looking at the side there of GEEKAY. As we know, that was their final match of the day. They were definitely trying to push for the top of the day to be the top point owners. But unfortunately, that is not going to be the play here. Gangsters, meanwhile, securing themselves nearly 2,500 damage, 14 eliminations coming out of that. Falcons hitting 2026. So again, some very, very strong stats on that one. But of course, Triple also doing a lot of work. But I think the highest conversion rate this time around is definitely going to lean more in favor then of the players there from the Gangsters, finding those 14 eliminations out of 2,400 damage. Very impressive to see. But of course, let's take a look and see how these teams got themselves up to those figures. But I believe the Gangsters are, just so chuffed with themselves. So pleased with their performance. I mean, A-Buddy and the rest of the crew just holding up so phenomenally. Gotta love it. Some great nades also then coming through from the side of Triple. I mean, this is the kind of performance that we want to see more of from the Triple side. Right, they've now shown that they do possess the confidence to really just step it up. But yes, the overalls are going to be making their way on through as well. For the day, though, the Gangsters are going to be sitting at the top with a glorious 48 points to their name. The Falcons sitting on 39 in second, but not a single chicken. Again, Falcons showing that consistency. Then we have the players there from NIGMA Galaxy coming through on 33 and GEEKAY on 32. But as we take a look at our MVPs, it is going to be A-Buddy securing 7 eliminations and 786 damage. Very strong conversion rate there. Almost every hit converted into elimination. Jafar, though, coming through with those beautiful nade finishes. Salam coming in with a 405-meter hit. Insane. And then R is going to land us in with a lovely 11.4-kilometer distance traveled in this last match. So you got to love these stats. Very happy then for the side there of the Gangsters. Pretty strong figures to work with there. And of course, A-Buddy, Jafar, just, a very strong representation for the team. And just flexing on a little bit of those skills. But you got to give it up to Salam, though, from Falcons. 405 meters. That is a pretty long hit. So as we get ready to move ourselves into our final match of the day, of course, we are going to be heading right back over in towards Miramar. Of course, if you're curious as to know the map lineup, right, in case you forgot from what we saw in the beginning of the day, it's all done in the description as well. So take a look. It's there. Not necessarily the groups, but definitely the map rotation is there. Of course, here we go, taking a look at that leaderboard. It is going to be the lovely side of R8, then sitting on a 111, right? 111 points with 3 winner chicken dinners for the phase. NIGMA, well, 1 point shy of hitting the century, right? A very, very contentious play. I mean, R8 doing quite a bit of work here today, also with 30 points so far that they've been able to secure. Not the craziest that we've seen, but definitely a strong defensive position to hold. Of course, then we got the Gangsters, we got Quest, we got Broody Fruities there as well. The main shifts that we've seen so far is definitely going to be the side of Gangsters moving up 3 slots, or 4 slots rather, up into 3rd. So a good bit of a change up going through on that end, starting it off in 7th place. If we look a little bit further down the board, it is going to be Slime Machine also then moving up. We have the players from CONQUEROR Iraq also moving up. Both these teams moving up 1 position, right? So just trading places with the team below them. Then, of course, Triple also then getting moved up into 16th. So Triple with a very steady climb. Of course, swapping places then with the side there of NEXX. So NEXX was sat in 16th. Now it's Triple. So I like how these teams are just hopping back and forth all over the place. So yeah, a lot of excitement. But of course, we still have 1 more match to go until it is all decided to see exactly who our victors of the day will be. So if you've got any predictions for that, be sure to let me know. As we know, right, there's so much that can happen here. And, well, to give you an idea as to who is going to be joining us, I've already mentioned this, but we'll do it again because I can, right? That is going to be the players then coming through from the side of Brute Force, as well as the players then from KR, Twisted Minds, and, of course, NIGMA Galaxy. So they are going to be playing at their last match. So let's see if this upset could be there. Our defenders, right, the top performers so far in Miramar still being Falcons and R8. Now with the addition of NIGMA coming through, it is going to be a pretty spicy play, right? GEEKAY, as I mentioned before, they were sitting on 99 points in total on Miramar. Of course, with a bubble next to their name, no change with regards to that. So no major shifts coming through there. RTG also going to be quite a bit of a team to watch here, right? I'm curious to see whether or not RTG is going to be able to push and maybe secure a little bit of a jump with regards to the overall earnings when it comes to the Miramar map. Because in the previous match, walking away with no points, that's not exactly what you want to have, right? Especially if you are contesting not only the leaderboard, but also just the the overall performances when it comes to these maps. So I'm curious to see what RTG will hold for us. Then, of course, if we move down Twisted, it's going to be the team situated within 12th position for Miramar. Again, the highest placed team without a winner chicken dinner. 11th place and beyond, all those teams have already found themselves a bit of those chickens. NASR also, surprisingly, sat all the way down in 17th out of 20 when it comes to Miramar, even though they do have a winner chicken dinner. So, I don't know. I don't quite know what the situation is there, but maybe we could see NASR really looking to up the ante as they have their final opportunity here now to secure even more additional points. But let's see whether or not that is going to be the play. It does seem like we're also getting ourselves ready now to hop into the action. So your predictions for Zone, your predictions for chickens, let me know. Flight path also, if you feel a little bit cheeky, drop them in the chat. In the meanwhile, we are going to be getting ready to hop into the action as we hop onto the plane. Of course, we are going to be coming through from Valle del Mar, as we can see, all the way down from that southwestern side. We did see Los Angeles and everything just towards that lovely right. Of course, we are going to be stopping just north of Impala, so a very southern flight path making its way on through. Curious to see if the zone is going to be complementary, whether or not the zone is going to be looking to throw a bit of a spanner in the works. Let's see if that will be on the cards. Twisted Minds now having the opportunity to prove themselves. So far sitting with 51 eliminations. I mean, that is pretty impressive. I mean, ONYX Ravens also have 51 eliminations, but they've got 23 placement points. Whereas Twisted Minds, again, only has 8. So Twisted definitely going to have to play for that late game, looking to survive much further in. I mean, they do have Crypto and Evo Station on the roster, right? So might as well come through with a bit of a goat flex. Let's see if that is going to be the play of the day. In the meanwhile, let's see where the zone goes. Hey, all the way up north. Well. So not complimentary to the flight path. But you can bet your silver dollar that the teams are definitely going to be looking to get themselves situated. CONQUEROR might be pushing up in towards Al Azhar. Who knows? Maybe even further. Maybe all the way up in towards Sierra Bronca. Because the Broody Fruities are going to be rolling up in towards Pozo. Twisted going to be settling for Monte Nuevo. You got IKURD, ONYX Ravens, as you can see, down on towards Chumacera and Valle del Mar. R8 now getting ready to dip their toes into a little bit of that San Martin action. NASR taking full occupancy of the lovely Pecado. RTG though, gonna be going up in towards Minas Generales, exploring a little bit of the graveyard. Walid and the rest of W7 gonna be opting for position closer towards more center zone, maybe even potentially pushing all the way up towards water treatment. Falcons is going to be holding up alongside them. Usually at this point is where we see Al-Hajj looking to explore a little bit. There we go, W7 are well on their way to get themselves situated. Yeah, I think they might even be opting for a little bit of that La Cabrera. Right, it makes sense because there's no one currently holding up in towards La Cabrera. Up comes Hero, Yakuza, General, and Walid. And it's going to be up, up, and maybe even beyond. Alright, so Brute Force now just doing their thing up in towards Pozzo. We do see not a lot really happening up in towards Los Leones, even though we do have the ARB champions and of course the players there from Slime Machine. But across the board, in general, the teams just, you know, respecting the space. Falcons going to be pulling up in towards potentially either Cruz del Valle or maybe even Torre Ahumada. But up comes Cruz del Valle, so this could definitely be the stopping point. Salam is left to sit out in the open. I mean, that is almost more risky than being on the back of the buggy, right? Because the monster truck is such a big target. So it could make it quite easy to hit, but fortunately they don't have to worry about anyone doing exactly that because there's no one all the way to where they find themselves right now. Let's see, Twisted. They're going to be just exploring Monte Nuevo, maybe even going towards Power Grid. Seems like Power Grid might be the position they could be opting for, but not convinced just yet. Right, if they do decide on Power Grid, they are going to have to kind of work their way through NASR. So a little bit of contention could be going through on that end. Meanwhile, IKURD, they are going to be pushing out of Chumacera. Alright, so EVA Station does find Xenox. This is exactly what I was talking about. Right, Twist could find themselves a little bit of that NASA action. Now NASA down to 3-piece. Clever going to be looking to push further and further afield. R8. Also not too far away from NASA. Was both teams pretty close to that San Martin position. It's a prediction here coming through for either Twisted or Falcons taking the dub in this match. There's still a lot of trekking coming through as the teams are going to be looking to get themselves positioned somewhat closer towards the zone. Not quite sure where exactly the ONYX Ravens are going to be looking to get themselves situated, but we do see a Slime Machine and KR now pushing up north. Minas Generales just up ahead of them, but that is also where we find half of RTG. The upset could now be played by Twisted. They have a bit of an opportunity onto the side of RTG, right? So we're going to have to wait and see how this one plays out. Meanwhile, R8 starting to encircle a little bit of the action there. That is going to be the side of NASR that will potentially be feeling the full brunt of the R8 front line. Meanwhile, you see those hits connecting on through. Up comes the spray now from Steezy onto Hassan. Hassan being one of those players that we saw the replay, right, come through at the beginning of the day. Of course, Viga's now just enjoying the sheer speed coming through from the monster truck. But definitely not enjoying the fact that it is a huge moving target. Now Groza about to get rushed. Ooh, come on. RTG gonna try and make it beyond this. Will they survive though? Groza already taking a lot of damage. Unfortunately, the rest of the team not there to fortify. And down they go. Rio coming to the party. Just a little bit too late. Meanwhile, Twisted gonna be looking to capitalize as we load up on the action. Alright, so KR already sitting with those 2 eliminations up. Again, the tension continues to build as we are waiting for the teams to really start with the action here. Right, as you can see, the zone taking a shift up north. Oasis being there. I asked for a bit of an Oasis zone. Say just once, do I want to see an Oasis finish? Is it going to happen? I don't know, but I mean, Oasis is still in the zone, so I'll take it. Meanwhile, it's going to be Slime Machine just rotating past. A little bit of that spray action as KR looks to find a little bit of some here. Besiktas not getting the action they require. Now R8, Twisted and NIGMA are going to be our predicted teams for that winner chicken dinner. I mean, looking at R8's position, I wouldn't be surprised because they do find themselves smack dab center zone. IKURD. Ooh. IKURD now contesting for center zone. A very, very risky position to play for. You've got many teams held in the vicinity. R8, of course, being one of those. ARB and Slime Machine on that southern edge of zone. Also finding themselves in a bit of a predicament. But here we go. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. And then also now joining us in. It's been a minute. RTG, though, are going to get taken on down. Oof. A very unfortunate finish. Aram going to be pulling in as well. Ooh, nice little bit of a drift. Very quick stop on that one. Maybe they pumped the brakes a little bit, right? Just ensuring that they've got enough brake fluid to do the thing. Because, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen the buggy stop that quickly. Alright, so R8 also with a good setup within that center zone. I mean, IKURD, though, is surprisingly confident. We did see that one elimination come in their direction in the previous match. Unfortunately, not a single placement point. Let's see if it's going to be on the cards, though. If you've got any predictions as to who you think is going to be taking that winner chicken dinner, drop it in the chat. As you can see, Triple all the way out in the blue, sipping on some juice. But here they go as they take their approach now. The zone just with a slight little bit of a shift just outside of the lovely Oasis. I mean, I say lovely, but it's probably a very tough position to fight in. Meanwhile, Falcons R8, W7, very centered up. Let's see whether or not Prepod will be able to lock in the spray on Yakuza. Hey, the hits are there. Oh, a little bit of a bumpy run. But unfortunately, the terrain kind of works out in their favor. At least while they're able to dodge the hits come through from Brute Force, but now ONYX Ravens lighting that vehicle on fire. Yeah, M16, definitely not the fastest weapon to use. Dadino, we did see them a little bit earlier. I've not yet seen their name on the map currently, but they could be here somewhere. As we are yet to take a good look onto the side of Twisted. But who knows? Meanwhile, it's going to be IKURD. Just trying to push a little bit further up. Playing elevation down onto the side here of NIGMA. I mean, already Freak has been knocked on down. Let's see how NIGMA are going to be looking to get themselves out of this situation. Meanwhile, NASR Slime Machine down to that southern edge. Zaka with a good line here. Could maybe find a bit of success down onto NASR, Spec, and Clever now just in the opposite end. Oh, out comes the push. Fashe gets spotted. The hit now looks to rain on down. Sly now just trying to stand off. Let's see how NASA's going to look to play this one. Instead, they do find Spec. One down, two more to go. Clever now also stepping up for a bit of an opportunity. Down they go, though. Oh, this could be the turning point. Slime Machine still holding on to a two-piece. Up comes Steezy. So looking to strengthen this edge. Now Coops about to go down as Ali. Oh, tries to get it in, but down they go instead. NIGMA down to a three-piece now. In fact, actually down to a two-piece. It's going to be Lord and Freak. Now left to contest the edge of zone. NIGMA not having the luxury of playing in the last match. So we don't know what they have in store for us when it comes to the lovely Miramar. But we'll find out soon enough, as they are going to try and make the most out of only having two players left. But ONYX Ravens now could look to play the upset, as we do see Lath on the approach. Oh, yes, indeed. Saleh finds Freak, and down they go. Lord now looking to hold nice and steady. But it's not looking very hopeful. But that is sometimes exactly the kind of odds that Lord appreciates. But look at Lath with a no-look nade to close it off. And that is NIGMA out in 14th. Getting shipped off with not a single point. Nothing but donut. CONQUEROR going to be keeping their eye pretty much sealed on the ARB champions. And this is how IKURD just absolutely blew so many holes into the side of NIGMA. It would have been great to see IKURD follow through and just completely close it up. Hey. Right, here we go. It is going to be CONQUEROR Iraq. Holding towards the southeastern side. Slime Machine still pushing through from the south. Ooh, but up comes Ida. R8 could really look to play quite a bit of a stopper here. But it's going to be a 3v3. Steezy, Attacker, Fashe. Alright, so Ragnarok with a good angle does find at least one. That opens up the opportunities, but as you can see, Prestige is much further away. Meanwhile, is going to be the Broody Fruities finding a bit of a spray, taking a very wide spread across the board. Let's see whether or not Ida can find that nade. Is it going to be on the money? The bounce is there. Ooh, it rolls down. Alright, so at least one down. Slime Machine holding on to two. Steezy and Attacker. Let's see if Attacker can lock it in. Oh, the push is there. Up comes R8 Ida. Trying to dip, duck, dive, and dodge their way on through. But now the push is going to come in. Oh, Attacker solo. Ragnarok just needs one or two more, and down they go. Unfortunately for them, Steezy is way, way up ahead. But KR, Hassan could still bring in the upset. Play a bit of that third-party positioning now. Ooh. It is going to be Twisted and Vision going toe-to-toe with Crypto and Evo Station down. Dammy now having to defend. Beautiful nade though. Right on the money as the puck gets blown to smithereens. It's up to Volt and Yawez. Ooh, beautiful nade though. Beautiful nade triple. Could maybe be playing quite a bit of a important position, especially onto the hopes for Twisted. Result now hoping for the opportunity. They do get the play, the confirmation onto Saif. Yawez, Result still holding nice and steady, or rather that is Volt. This Result now looks to move away. Neos coming through with the shots from so far away. Still have 12 teams left. You can see a bucket load of solos. Yes, 3 players are enough to fill up a bucket. Right, Twist, KR, and Slime Machine. That is going to be Steezy, Hassan. And then, of course, Dammy here. Now comes the moment of truth. Dammy on the outside. Ooh, up comes Volt. This is going to be quite a bit of a troubling play. Yo, where's on the opposite end? DBS is raining on through. The spray is finding their place all over the spot. Oh, nice. Oh, but that's not going to be enough. Yo, where's the seal, the fate? Up comes Triple now looking to capitalize as Mud comes rushing on forward. Twisted, though, getting sent out with 6 eliminations. Yes, Reina, it has been a minute. Good to have you back. I'm not quite sure where the other pod comes from, but sure, I'll take it. In the meanwhile, Yawez trying to secure the res up onto Volt. You can see Triple and Mud now just relaying the information across. Ooh, up comes Bandar. Up comes Bandar. Is this going to be the play, though? Jump shots is going to be the name of the game. KR will get sent out 11th. 5 Elam's up, and a very effortless spray down from Bandar. S12K for the clutch to seal the fate there for Vision. Out they go in 10th place. ONYX Ravens now going to be looking to find a bit of an opportunity here. We got Ada from the Rudy Fruity sneaking in behind them, but Saleh is the last hope. Not tanking that blue. This is not the kind of play to come through at this stage. But they don't have that many options. If they move too far forward, IKURD will spot them out most definitely. Now is going to be CONQUEROR, Iraq, R8, and Slime Machine. Over on towards the eastern side, but Shaco goes down crazy, not looking too great with health, but up comes the upset as Steezy looks to capitalize. Crazy Tiger still having to try and close it up here for CONQUEROR Iraq. Down goes Saleh. Unfortunate finish for the ONYX Ravens. Oh, but look at Steezy. Look at Steezy. Oh, look at the clutch it out. One more hit. There we go. Steezy might be a solo, but that is not going to be stopping them. Tiger now looking to push on forward. Oh, Pablo. Down they go. CONQUEROR Iraq. Oh, only 2 Elams up. Falcons also now getting met with quite a bit of aggression coming through from the side of E-SPORTS. It's like there's been a new bit of life being breathed into the E-SPORTS team. They had a phenomenal run in the previous match. 8 eliminations to their name. This time around already sitting on 6. But they had to settle for 2nd place. Let's see if they're going to be able to contest for that pole position. Brute Force also looking quite confident. Taking a very strong spread. We'll see that once we take a look at the map. W7 finished the previous match with 4 eliminations. So far, they've not yet had any luck, but they still have all 4 players up. Alright, so here we go. The push is going to come through. Who's going to find it? Ali trying to find the nade up on towards General. Yakuza not going to be within reach of that. But IKURD going to try and make the most out of the opportunities they have available. Of course, already finding themselves 4 eliminations. This could be a glorious, glorious run. Are they going to be able to find 8? Ooh, beautiful nade. Does really push back onto Ali. General also having to reposition, but up goes the push as IKURD gets ready for the breach. General does find Aram as the Ali pushing through the building. They get the spray in as Hero goes down. Golden now flanking through from that left-hand side. Oh, there we go. Ali now pushing it even further. Still got a one-shot. Yakuza. General still holding steady. We got Ado there from Brute Force. Also now coming to inspect. Hearing all the shots, but can't resist. Beautiful nade. Now, IKURD just need to follow through. Oh, they try to push in. Yakuza not going to let any of them pass. Not just yet, but still, right? Brute Force, Ado playing upset on the edge. Does really put IKURD in quite a bit of a troubling position. They still have 2 players up. But Ado could get spotted out, and this could be the end. Brute Force now starting to expand as they are, well, pretty much in control of the big majority of that zone. Just look at that zone. Triple, Sly, R8, IKURD, all now squeeze into the southern edge of the zone. Of course, now with that next shift being delivered, this is the opportunity for Brute Force to really assert themselves. Could this be the Brute Force that we saw in the spring season? The team that got 7 winner-winner chicken dinners on this map. Of course, they are yet to find the same kind of performance this time around. So far, having a pretty strong effort being brought in. We did see a beautiful rise come through on their end. Meanwhile, that is going to be the end. A Slime Machine will have to go down, at least getting shipped out with 6 eliminations up. So not a bad run for the Slime Machine. Triple still holding on to all 4 players that they have. Everyone now just getting back on their feet. Mud's about to be raised on up. That is exactly what then comes to fruition. Brute Force now going to be focusing all their efforts down onto IKURD with Freepod. Taking a very cheeky, quick heal up there. Not even being all too phased by the sprays getting sent their direction. Aram Golden holding nice and steady. Let's see if this is going to be the Brute Force clutch we are waiting for. Aram goes down. It's all up to Golden. Up comes the blue zone. Oh, down they go. That is IKURD out of here. Brute Force now up to 7 eliminations. Triple sitting on 9. But up comes the push now. R8 down to Prestige. Let's see whether or not Prestige can hold true. Follow through the last little bit of a stretch. Oh, up comes the rotation. Now Triple trying to secure themselves a little bit stronger within that zone. Brute Force, again, having such a dominating position. Unfortunately, Prepod will get spotted as Dam secures the hits. Oh, down goes Prestige, and it is going to be Triple and Brute Force fighting for that winner-winner chicken dinner. Neither of them have found success just yet. They've come really close. Triple finishing in second place in the previous match. Where are they going to end this time around? The utilities, the nades, the sprays, everything coming through. Triple already on double-digit elims. They could definitely look to leverage the side onto Brute Force, but down goes their mud. Now is going to be the opportunity for a bit of retaliation. A 2v3, a 2v2 though, as Brute Force evens out the board. But here we go. It is all going to come down to the final push, the final play as the zone is closing up. Oh, Damar gets spotted out. Now it's up to the result. Having to defend the honor here of Triple, looking for their first chicken on Miramar. The push is there. Brute Force coming through with a jump shot. Are they going to be able to clutch it out? Ado super low on health and they get it done. Absolutely phenomenal play coming through from the side of Brute Force. Rising back up. Brute Force with a slow, steady start. Phase 1 not being their phase. Phase 2, well, they phased themselves into high gear. They really got that momentum flowing, doing an absolutely phenomenal job, securing themselves a very strong finish, of course, closing it off with 11 eliminations. I mean, this is the kind of Brute Force that we want to see, especially on the map of Miramar. I mean, the previous days, right, especially throughout this phase, you did see that steady increase with the Brute Force play. First phase, yeah, I don't know what happened on that one, but I gotta love what we're seeing come through here from the side of Brute Force. You also gotta commend the side of Triple, right? The previous match on Miramar as well, phenomenal run, second place finish. This time around, again, finishing on second place. But the difference being is this time they were able to secure themselves even more eliminations. So mad respect going out to Brute Force, Triple, and of course, we got to commend the side there of IKURD. Also, phenomenal job that they've been doing so far. Really like to see these teams finding their momentum, finding their flow. And of course, that results into some amazing PUBG Mobile action that we see coming through. A very happy day for the Broody Fruities, right? We want those winner-winner chicken dinners to come in. Because as we know, right, on Miramar, they are quite a strong team. They've shown already that, you know, in the previous season, they were able to secure themselves 7. Right, so far, with the first one, I mean, it's still a little bit of a way to go, but let's see. Maybe we could have Brute Force securing themselves even more of those winner-winner chicken dinners. Now, of course, this chicken dinner is also then the second one for Brute Force in this entire event. And, of course, both of those chickens came through in this phase. So, a glorious run. Gotta love it, though, for them. But, of course, we need to see those match rankings. We need to see the overall points. We need to see our MVP and everything in between. In the meanwhile, let's take a look and see what the match rankings look like. It is Brute Force and Triple both concluding the day here on 11 eliminations on either side. Glorious run, but unfortunately, NIGMA, NASR, and RTG Road to Glory will be having to take a stop over at the donut shop. Not a single point in sight for them. But a good day, though. I mean, exceptional day coming through for GANGSTERS, Triple, FALCONS, R8, Brute Force, NIGMA, GEEKAY, all having a very glorious run. So GANGSTERS concluding their day on 48 points, the most eliminations and placement points, of course, 27 and 21, 27 eliminations to them. Triple and FALCONS evening out the board. Both teams picking up 41 points for the day. 24 eliminations across the board for both. It's a glorious run, but of course, as we take a look at the damage, it is going to be 2200 going to the side of Brute Force, 2000 then straight over to the side there of IKURD, but a very strong conversion rate coming through for the side of Triple. 11 eliminations out of 1800 damage. Absolutely loving it. I mean, that is what we want to see. Teams really stepping up, finding insane performances like we've not yet seen before. All right, but yeah, let's see what our teams are going to be bringing through as the teams we'll have a bit of an opportunity and see, maybe, right, maybe we could have even more upsets progress through the day. But as we know, right, days number 3 has come to an end. We still have day 4, day 5 to play through. Of course, if you forgot who got all those winner chicken dinners, here we have them. It is NIGMA, GEEKAY, R8, the Gangsters, and Brute Force with the biggest chicken going over to GEEKAY in match number 1. Absolutely love all the action. But loving the action though. I mean, look at that chicken from the side of the Gangsters as well, right? 2,467. Very, very exceptional play to come through. You got to commend Brute Force though. I mean, securing the victory with only taking 673 damage. I mean, that is not a lot of damage getting dealt. So very, very impressive plays. Of course, we've seen all our chickens then securing double digits across the board. So you gotta love what these teams are doing. But of course, as we know, right, that was the only day 3 now being concluded. We still have 2 more days to go. Now, moving into tomorrow, we are going to be having our Erangel heavy day, right, with 3 Erangels making its way on through. Only 1 Miramar, 1 Sanhok as per usual. So nothing really out of the ordinary when it comes to Sanhoks. So I'm curious to see how the teams are going to be looking to utilize the advantage, right? Having the opportunity to play so many more Erangels on such a regular basis, right? So that is, I think, of course, quite a lot to look forward to. But of course, for today, we still need to see who our MVP of the day is. We also need to take a look and see how all of these points being acquired here today has impacted our overall standings, where these teams find themselves, and of course, what we could be expecting to see as we move on forward. Because so far, we've been having upsets happen all over the place, right? I mean, Brute Force, definitely, if you look back at their performance going through from Phase 1, you would never expect that this is the performance that they were going to be bringing in, moving into Phase number 2. But of course, we were hopeful, right? Because we saw Brute Force performing so exceptionally well. And another player that, of course, has performed exceptionally well is going to be a buddy coming through here for the Gangsters. I mean, Gangsters, as I've already mentioned, having a good run here. We did see those 14 eliminations coming through for the Gangsters, or rather for a buddy. That means more than half of the eliminations secured by the Gangsters, right? Out of 27, 14 of them has been secured by a buddy themselves. So what a run that is. Gotta be hella impressed. Of course, with a name like a buddy, you know, it kind of says it all. So mad respect going out to a buddy. Looking forward to see what day 4 and 5 will bring. But of course, it is leaderboard time. R8 now being uncontested. Untouchable up in pole position, 121 points. Brute Force, though, leaping up 3 slots all the way into that 2nd position. Slime Machine also having a 3-slot leap all the way up into slot number 7. What a play, what a play. And I mean, big ups to Slime Machine, accomplishing all of that without a single winner chicken dinner in sight. But this is what we're here for, right? We got to see what these teams can bring on in. Of course, we are going to be taking a look at that 2nd page as well. So as a result of these major moves that we've seen, we also then have the players there from RTG getting moved down 2 positions up into 9th. Vision swapping up into 10th, though. GEEKAY also, as a result, getting moved down into 11th place. IKURD triple continuing with the upward trend. IKURD now up into 13th. Triple up into 14th. CONQUEROR getting moved down 2. And of course, W7 bringing in a little bit of that spice as well, securing them in position all the way up into the 16th. So a really good run. But as we know, right, for this phase, we are going to be looking at the top 12 because they'll be making over in towards Livik. But also, you got to try and secure your position within that top 16 in the running score, the master leaderboard. Because only the top 16 will be moving through into the finals. So there is still so much more to play for here. Of course, on the main leaderboard, right, we have seen a little bit of movement come through there. Slime Machine, they've now moved up into 6th with their overall points. Triple moving up into 13th. As a result, moving down NASR and CONQUEROR. IKURD, Very, very close. IKURD currently tied with W7. Both teams sitting on 133 points in 16th and 17th position. But a good day for IKURD, of course, now as a result of these last two amazing, beautiful games that they've had. They've been able to jump up 2 slots all the way into 17th. So really like all the work that these teams are bringing to the board. I do see a lot of people saying bye in the chat. So thank you so much for coming. I hope to see you all back again tomorrow as we continue with day number 4. I'm not going to sign off just yet because we are going to be waiting for that final stretch to come through. But yeah, let's see exactly what else we could be looking at. I mean, we've taken a look at the overalls. We've taken a look at the MVP. We've taken a look essentially at everything. So if there's anything else that you guys want to say before we do close it off here, pop it into chat. Keep it game related, please. But of course, in the meanwhile, yeah, I hope you all had a phenomenal time. I surely had a great day here. Especially a great day, especially if you enjoy looking at the players there from Brute Force stepping up on Miramar as we've been waiting for such a long time. Gotta love it. Gotta love the action these teams bring to the battlefield. But of course, on that one, standings done, yes. Standings done indeed. We did take a look at it. R8 sitting at the top there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've taken a look at all of it, if I'm not mistaken, right? I do believe that is exactly. Let me just double back here on the stuff quickly. Yeah, we've taken a look at it. We have indeed taken a look at it. So, R8 currently sitting on 3 winner chicken dinners for the phase. Brute Force, as I said, they've secured themselves 2 winner chicken dinners. All of that coming through from just this phase alone. No, but it's fine. I mean, you know, I'm solo casting, so it's fine. What is quite impressive though is GEEKAY is already up onto 6. NIGMA R8 sitting on 5 chicken dinners for this entire event. So very, very sweaty players coming through from their side. ONYX Ravens also sitting on 4. But on that one, we are going to be ending in here today. So thank you so much for everyone for tuning in. Hope you guys will join us back again tomorrow. Same time, same place, even more PUBG Mobile actions. Remember, tomorrow is going to be Erangel Day. So it is going to be pretty tough. But I believe on that one, I am going to say my usual saying is until the next one, right? Keep it fresh, keep it frosty, stay fresh, stay frosty, and we shall see you all later. Until tomorrow, guys. Bye for now.
You want selector.